Chapter 2908. After Jiang Qin's figure vanished, Dongli Qihuang and Chen Yan stood on the spot and didn't speak for a long time. They were constantly looking at the blazing flames before them, and their eyes didn't even move. After a long time, they saw a wisp of a fierce expression appear on Dongli Qihuang's face. Du Xiaofu! He gritted his teeth fiercely and said hatefully, "You actually dared to enter the 18th level of hell. You're simply courting death." As soon as Dongli Qihuang finished speaking, an expanse of dense, devilish qi that contained boundless blood surged out from his body, and it swiftly swept towards the surroundings. It shook the space here to the point expanse after expanse of chaotic state appeared, and it seemed extremely terrifying. Chen Yan stood at the side with a savage expression as well, and he seemed to be filled with extreme hatred. No matter what, they'd never imagined that Du Xiaofu would actually dare to enter the 18th level of hell and enter the territory of the devil race. In the outside world, there were countless experts protecting him, so they were unable to kill that kid. But in the 18th level of hell, it couldn't be any easier to annihilate him. It isn't just Du Xiaofu. The 33 heavens have set out on a large scale as well. Since they dared to come, then how could our devil race not entertain them properly? Chen Yan's gaze was ghastly, his voice was heavy, and killing intent shot out. Only someone with his cultivation would be able to sense more things and find out that Du Xiaofu had led the experts of the 33 heavens into the 18th level of hell. They really are audacious. They seem to not take our devil race seriously at all. Dongli Qihuang spoke once more with a heavy tone. Is Du Xiaofu really unkillable? I don't believe that our devil race is unable to do anything to him in the 18th level of hell. Chen Yan's expression changed once more as he spoke gloomily. It had been almost 1,000 years since they were chased by Du Xiaofu. Not only had the demon ancestor successfully merged the 16 primordial spirits, the two of them had also recovered their strength and were no longer the same as before. Dongli Qihuang and Chen Yan felt that with their current cultivations, it probably wouldn't be too difficult for them to kill Du Xiaofu. Even though that kid's talent was outstanding and it was hard to find a match in the world, his cultivation time was still limited. Relatively speaking, after the two of them had awakened their memories, they had improved at an incomparably fast speed. It was impossible for them to be slower than Du Xiaofu's cultivation. However, Lord Jiang Qin had said that there was no need to try and kill Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu was a freak. No matter how difficult the situation was, he would always have the help of experts and even counterattack. However, Dongli Qihuang and Chen Yan didn't believe this. They didn't have to kill Du Xiaofu, but at least they had to give it a try. Even if he failed, he would naturally look for Du Xiaofu after he had merged all 18 primordial spirits. Let's go and meet Du Xiaofu. I really want to see how far that brat has come. Dongli Qihuang said coldly. Then he glanced at Chen Yan, charged out, and flashed into the distance. 200+ meditators and millions of immortals. 33 heavens, what a grand display. But I'm afraid the results this time will disappoint all of you, because you'll pay a painful price for your actions. Chen Yan muttered while his figure gradually faded away as he spoke, and then he vanished from this area without a trace. Only his ferocious voice was left behind, and it reverberated through space. If the demon generals take action, they'll definitely make it so that you won't be able to return alive. The 33 heavens hadn't sensed the huge commotion in the 18 layers of hell. Everything proceeded as usual. Countless living beings were filled with anticipation. They were looking forward to the experts who had charged into the 18 layers of hell to finally defeat the ferocious demons and return victorious. What they didn't know was that Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyin, Chu Daoju, Long Ke, and the other experts of the 33 heavens had encountered no small amount of trouble. Of course, there were still experts in this world who could clearly see things that ordinary people couldn't. For example, the master of the 3,000 universes, Lu Xiaoyu, who possessed the realm of Tao, At this very moment, he stood towering in a boundless expanse of starry sky. Around him, numerous stars floated up and down, circling and circling around him. Next to him stood a young man in golden robes. It was Lu Xiaoyou's best friend, Long Xian. The demon has broken through another seal. Once he succeeds, his strength will definitely improve greatly. Boss, are you sure we want to take a gamble and not directly suppress him? If we don't act now, we won't have another chance. Xiaolong frowned deeply as he spoke to the azure-robed man beside him. When Jiangqin broke through the 17th layer of Hell's seal, a mysterious power had been transmitted into this space. It was also from that moment onwards that the countless stars in this star field began to change their orbits. Terrifying energy surged out from them, causing a huge impact. In just a short period of time, countless stars deviated from their original orbits and began to recklessly charge through the vast expanse of space. Xiaolong sensed that it wouldn't be long before a world-destroying storm descended upon this galaxy. When that happened, chaos would break out everywhere. Perhaps the entire universe would be destroyed. If I wanted to suppress the demon ancestor, I would have acted long ago. There was no need to wait until now, said Lu Xiaoyu softly. However, at that time, the 18 layers of Hell's seal were still intact. If I had attacked the demon ancestor there, I would have definitely shaken the seal and caused the demons to rebel prematurely. But now there's no stopping them. The demon ancestor has broken through the 17th layer of Hell's seal. It'll be very difficult for us to stop the demons' advance. You should know that they don't only have the demon ancestor, they also have a few demon generals who've broken through their seals. His words carried traces of worry, as if they were also filled with worry. The great demon generals are all ruthless characters. In addition, the blood ancestor who fled into hell is a Tao-bearing realm powerhouse. Xiaolong couldn't help but smack his lips. Thinking of how terrifying the demons were, he couldn't help but feel apprehensive. My junior brother's actions have also aroused the demon ancestor's interest. The demons will definitely send a large number of powerhouses to stop them. If the demon generals take action, their fate won't be optimistic. Fortunately, the people of the 3,000 boundless worlds have already arrived and are ready to enter the 18 layers of hell at any time. With the help of so many powerhouses, the millions of beings in the 33 heavens will have a real chance to fight the demons, said Lu Xiaoyu again. As the ruler of the 3,000 boundless worlds, there were many powerhouses who had come to the 33 heavens. Moreover, they had already made preparations and arrangements to directly enter the 18 layers of hell and help Du Xiaofu and the others to break through the 18 layers of hell and resist the demons' next move. Since that's the case, we don't need to wait any longer. Let's start making arrangements. However, once these methods are used, the 18 layers of hell will become a land of death. One can only enter but not leave. If the people inside encounter great trouble, even their path of retreat will be lost. Xiaolong lowered his head slightly and said worriedly. No one was clearer than him about the arrangements Lu Xiaoyu had made. He knew very well that once the boss used a great deal of power, all the demons would be trapped in the 18 layers of hell, making it impossible for them to take a single step into the 33 heavens. In this way, no matter how fierce and terrifying the demons were, if they wanted to slaughter the outside world on a large scale, they would have to pay a great price to break through the boss's arrangements. However, doing this also had a corresponding disadvantage. That was, the powerhouses of the 33 heavens in the 18 layers of hell would have no way of retreat. Once they encountered danger, they would not be able to return to the outside world. And this was what Xiaolong was most worried about. I've already made countless deductions. Our chances of winning are still relatively high. However, all of this will depend on whether or not my junior brother can live up to our expectations. Lu Xiaoyu was silent for a moment and then said, The plan has already begun. There is no need to rashly stop. The collapse of the 18 layers of hell is inevitable, and no one can stop it. In fact, the people of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds combined are enough to resist the demons. The only thing we need to worry about is the demon ancestor. He is our greatest enemy. Xiaolong heard this and nodded slightly, not continuing to speak. Let's begin. Lu Xiaoyu did not speak anymore, but his face became serious as he earnestly said. Then he stood there. His body clearly did not change, but inexplicably he seemed to have become even taller and more majestic. Huff! Huff! His blue robes suddenly straightened and fluttered in the wind. A special rhythm floated around his body, resonating with the surrounding void. It was incomparably wonderful. At this moment, a different kind of charm of the great Tao was born in this starry sky. It seemed somewhat incompatible with all existence, but it seemed to be able to perfectly combine together. This was a very contradictory feeling, but it was truly happening. Seeing Lu Xiaoyu move, Xiaolong silently retreated to the distance and quietly watched, not daring to disturb him in the slightest. Whoosh! Lu Xiaoyu stretched out an arm and drew a line in the void. Tens of thousands of brilliant rays of light shot out from his palm and fingers. These rays of light were like waterfalls, forming a belt of light. After flying into the void, they emitted a mysterious power. There were patterns of the great Tao circulating. There was chaos being born, and there were all kinds of things being transformed. This kind of power entered the surrounding starry sky and connected with countless stars. In the next moment, a terrifying scene occurred. The stars that were originally deviating from their trajectories were actually beginning to be controlled by Lu Xiaoyu. Rumble! Countless stars, drawing countless trajectories, like beads being pulled by strings, were all under Lu Xiaoyu's control, emitting a loud roar. Swoosh! At this time, Lu Xiaoyu's other hand stretched out, and another ray of light shot out. The same scene occurred in the other half of the starry sky. His 10 fingers moved continuously, as if he was playing the strings of a zither. The stars began to revolve on completely new trajectories, walking on completely different trajectories from before. Along with the occurrence of such a situation, a strand of extremely terrifying suppressive force suddenly arose throughout the entire starry sky. Long Xian, who stood some distance away from Lu Xiaoyu, felt his body tighten under this suppressive force, and an indescribable feeling of discomfort welled up within him. Using the seal set by Pangu all those years ago to create a completely new formation, only Boss would dare to do something like this. Xiaolong thought to himself as he looked at the green-robed figure with shining eyes. This was truly a crazy move. The seal set by Pangu was capable of suppressing even the demon ancestor's primordial spirit. His boss, on the other hand, was taking advantage of the fact that Jiangqin had destroyed the seal to create a new formation, once again sealing the 18 layers of hell. However, the changes in the trajectories of the stars were only the beginning. What he had to do next, the price he had to pay, would be incomparably great. While Xiaolong pondered, Lu Xiaoyu's actions didn't stop. He attacked again and again, and the chaotic starry sky quickly fell under his control. Rumble! The giant stars hummed as they moved, carrying with them unparalleled power as they streaked across the starry sky in mysterious trajectories. And between these different trajectories, there was a secret connection. As time passed, Xiaolong could clearly feel the suppressive force on his body growing stronger and stronger. I'm afraid it won't be long before my cultivation is severed. Xiaolong muttered to himself, deeply shaken. His cultivation was being severed and suppressed. This situation was no different from the divine battle world he'd visited all those years ago. However, it wouldn't be easy for Boss to achieve the same effect as in the divine battle world. The suppressive force of this starry sky has greatly increased. I'm afraid the restrictions on Earth will gradually be removed. Xiaolong suddenly looked in a certain direction. His gaze pierced through the boundless space, and he saw a light blue folded world. That was his senior apprentice brother Lu Xiaoyu's first home, the world called Earth. To the humans of that world, the starry sky, was a boundless existence. It was impossible to see the end of it. However, in the eyes of a powerhouse like Xiaolong, although the starry sky was incomparably vast, there was an end to it. The existence of Earth was the center of this space. No matter what kind of starry sky they formed, or what kind of trajectories they evolved into, fundamentally speaking, they all revolved around Earth. Earth was the foundation of all existence, the center of all the stars. While Boss was mobilizing the power of the surrounding starry sky, Earth was also undergoing some subtle changes. It was as if some mysterious power was gradually awakening in the not-so-vast land and sea. Mortals couldn't sense it, but Xiaolong could clearly sense that some spiritual energy was being released from Earth. Although it wasn't particularly dense, it was something that had never happened before. Chapter 2909. The world of Earth produced traces of brand new spiritual energy, which made Xiaolong's heart throb. He knew a lot about that world. It was a special existence, different from all the other worlds. In this vast universe, countless stars revolved around it as the center, and the world of Earth was constantly sending tyrannical energy into the 18 levels of hell through the trajectory of the great array formed by billions of stars. In other words, the existence of the world of Earth was the core that suppressed the 18 levels of hell. At this moment, as Lu Xiaoyu set up the array in the starry sky, the stars began to revolve in a brand new orbit. Star regions were being transformed by him, changing all the rules and order. As for the world of Earth, it was as if it was isolated outside. Its invisible connection with the boundless starry sky was directly cut off. In other words, the center of the entire starry sky had become Lu Xiaoyu himself. Boundless energy surged in his body, gushing out mightily like surging and roaring rivers, rushing in all directions into the boundless starry sky. As the stars revolved, this energy also followed a special path and entered another area, where the 18 levels of hell were located. This kind of consumption is too great for Boss. It's time to take out that thing. Xiaolong watched from afar and saw Lu Xiaoyu's aura fluctuating, causing a huge roar. The energy within his body was like a flood that had broken through a dam, and it surged and whistled through the surroundings. The surrounding space transformed into expanses of chaos, causing him to seem like a god of chaos, and it was extremely terrifying. However, Xiaolong knew that although Boss looked domineering and dignified, in reality, the energy in his body was being drained at a terrifying rate. This was the array set up by the great god Pangu in ancient times. It was extraordinary. If Boss wanted to remake this starry sky and replace the role of the world of Earth to suppress the 18 levels of hell, he would naturally have to pay a huge price. However, they had already expected all of this and were prepared for it. As long as all the stars entered their proper orbits, Boss would be able to escape unscathed if he took out that thing again. At that time, the entire 18 levels of hell would become an incomparably huge cage, trapping countless demons. They could only enter but not leave. Xiaolong didn't disturb Lu Xiaoyu, only watching quietly from afar. Time passed slowly, and he knew that this arrangement would take a lot of time to complete. Within the 18 levels of hell, Du Xiaofu and the others had already entered the 11th level. In the first 10 levels, the number of demon race powerhouses they encountered increased with every level they advanced. This time, they had encountered a huge problem. Dozens of seated experts, along with hundreds of thousands of immortal realms, appeared. This was not a simple matter of the 33 Heavens group. But this was not the most terrifying thing. What made Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyin, and the others feel the most serious was that they sensed the aura of the blood ancestor. After the old bird escaped from Lu Xiaoyu's hands, it directly rushed into the 18 layers of hell. They thought that it was very likely that they would encounter him in one of the levels of hell, but they really hadn't expected it to be so soon. I wonder how the blood ancestor is right now. If he attacks, we'll be in a very bad situation. Du Xiaofu looked around and said, they had sensed Lord Blood's aura, but that old ghost hadn't appeared yet. It was likely that he had been seriously injured by Lu Xiaoyu and was still recuperating. Even so, an injured Lord Blood was still terrifying enough to pose a fatal threat to millions of people. That mixed old bird is seriously injured. Even if he comes out, we may still be able to put up a fight, Lu Jingyun said. At the same time, his whole body exuded a strong fighting spirit. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and looked at his senior brother's eldest son, slightly surprised. He knew that although Lu Jingyun was very domineering, he wasn't an arrogant person. Since he could say such words, it meant that he had a certain degree of confidence. He wasn't just talking nonsense. Perhaps if a group of third-stage meditative realm cultivators joined forces, they might really be able to put up a fight against the injured Blood Lord. As for Lu Jingyun, Lu Yuxiao, Long Ke, Long Su, and the others, they had already walked to the ranks of the strongest in the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds. In the entire world, the number of people who could be stronger than them could be counted with one's fingers. Only a few people from their father's generation could do so. Therefore, if Lord Blood appeared now, it would be a good opportunity for many young cultivators to accept the challenge and train themselves. If they could win in the end, it would bring them endless benefits. Let's wait until Lord Blood appears. For now, let's flatten the 11th level of hell. Long Ke's eyes flashed. His tall and straight figure rushed out and killed his way to the side of a third-stage meditative realm cultivator. Roar! An earth-shattering dragon roar burst out from Long Ke's mouth. It reverberated in the void, causing the space to shake violently as if it was about to collapse. As his roar fell, the power of the great Tao circulated. It was so powerful that it caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to sink. No one knew how many weak demons were blasted into a bloody mist by this roar. Countless people quickly fled as if they were avoiding snakes and scorpions. They wanted to get away from Long Ke. Kill. Opposite Long Ke, the third-stage meditative realm cultivator let out a fierce roar that shook the void. The two of them quickly engaged in a fierce battle. Waves of tyrannical and boundless energy descended like a tsunami, destroying the heavens and the earth. Dozens of meditative realm cultivators. None of them can be left alive. Du Xiaofu's eyes shot out two rays of intense light that swept across the surroundings. He held the purple gold heavenly tower in his hand and attacked. Every time he swung the broadsword in his hand, an incomparably terrifying abyss crack appeared. Chaotic energy filled the air. Kill. Countless cultivators let out terrifying roars that tore the heavens and split the earth, piercing through the universe. The great battle began once again. Every living being threw themselves into the battle, their killing intent shaking the world. This time, the resistance they encountered was far more intense than before. Fortunately, the demon race didn't have the advantage in numbers. Thus, the battle was still in a one-sided state. The life forms of the 33 heavens were completely suppressing the demons. However, many people gradually felt more and more emotions in their hearts. They knew that the deeper they went into the 18th level of hell, the more terrifying the resistance they would encounter. Perhaps if they went down 1 or 2 levels, the millions of people in the 33 heavens would become exhausted. At that time, it would be the most dangerous situation. The slaughter in the 11th level of hell continued. Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyun, Long Ke, Chu Daoju, and the others were constantly pushing deeper into the 11th level of hell as they fought. They wanted to find the entrance to the 12th level of hell. And in the depths of the 18th level of hell, the demons began to gather in large numbers. Dongli Chihuang and Chan Yen led many seated forgetfulness and immortal realm experts of the demon race from the 16th level of hell. They were rushing towards the place where Du Xiaofu and the others were. In addition to these demons, several demon generals were also awakened by the 2 great demon attendants. They were also following along. Du Xiaofu, this time you will die without a doubt. As they passed through hell, Dongli Chihuang's eyes emitted an ominous glint as he gritted his teeth and said hatefully, it would not be long before they would encounter the powerhouses of the 33 heavens. At that time, Du Xiaofu and the others would pay with their lives for everything they had done. The only thing they needed to worry about was that the master of the 3,000 great worlds, Lu Xiaoyu, would suddenly appear. Otherwise, Du Xiaofu would not have any chance of escaping. Perhaps if Dongli Chihuang knew that Lu Xiaoyu was currently fiddling with the seal outside the 18th level of hell and wouldn't be able to enter in a short amount of time, he might be even more confident in killing Du Xiaofu. A massacre was taking place in the 11th level of hell. Countless demons were on the move in the 16th level of hell. At the same time, something else was happening at the entrance to the 17th level of hell. Surrounded by boundless hellfire, Jiang Qin had transformed into his true form. He was no longer in human form. His current form was vastly different from the golden fur Ho of the past. He only retained his basic form. The scarlet fur on its body appeared to have been dyed by fresh blood as it emitted an intense scarlet aura. It appeared as though numerous tiny snakes were dancing in the air. A powerful fishy stench was emitted from its ugly and ferocious mouth and teeth, causing one to feel nauseous upon smelling it. Jiang Qin's entire body radiated an unconcealable aura of slaughter. Even if one approached him, their hearts would tremble for no reason. He lowered his head slightly and looked down. Red light shot out of his eyes and pierced through the void. Everywhere he looked, there was a sea of flames. It was so terrifying that it seemed capable of incinerating everything. I've finally found the 17th nascent divinity. Jiang Qin's voice rumbled from his throat. His hairy hands abruptly opened and pulled at the air. Crackle. After the sound of silk being torn apart, the terrifying flame was like a curtain being torn apart, revealing a strange scene. It looked like a large lake that quietly appeared there, and the lake water was in a state of chaos. Jiang Qin stepped through the void, his feet crossing the void. In an instant, he arrived in the air above the lake. The surface of the lake was calm, like the surface of a mirror, reflecting his burly and terrifying figure. It's time to fuse with the 17th nascent divinity. Once I succeed, no one in the 33 heavens or the 3,000 realms will be able to do anything to me. As these sinister words left his mouth, Jiang Qin's figure descended into the lake. Strangely, when he touched the water, not even the slightest ripple appeared. It didn't even sway. Not even a ripple could be seen. Crackle, crackle, crackle. However, a moment later, where Jiang Qin's feet touched the lake, wisps of green smoke rose from them. It was as if they were being melted away. The clumps of red hair on the soles of his feet burst into flames and turned to ash. It was obvious that there was a terrifying power in the lake that was attacking his body. However, because Jiang Qin's body was isolated from the outside world, this mysterious, terrifying power couldn't cause him any real harm. Jiang Qin's body gradually sank into the lake. However, the process was incomparably slow. It took several years for the water to reach his knees. During this time, Jiang Qin's aura had weakened considerably. Obviously, while resisting the terrifying power, he'd consumed a frightening amount of energy. Time passed quickly. Jiang Qin remained motionless, but as time passed, his body was gradually submerged by the lake. During this time, in the starry sky outside the 18 hells, Lu Xiaoyu had been continuously weaving mysterious star orbits for many years. He had not stopped for many years. Now, on his handsome and slightly dignified face, there were a few drops of sweat. However, what was shocking was that the entire starry sky had undergone tremendous changes. Brand new star fields were formed, and the stars were orbiting in completely different orbits. As all of this took shape, an even more terrifying and vast power surged forth. It vaguely formed a giant net that trapped the 18 hells within. Apart from this, the most obvious change was to Earth. This world will gradually usher in a great change. Xiaolong stood a distance away from Lu Xiaoyu, watching him do all this. He was powerless to help. All he could do was constantly observe the changes around him. His eyes flashed as he looked at Earth. Although there hadn't been any obvious changes yet, Xiaolong knew that as time passed, Earth would reveal unparalleled potential. At this moment, the spiritual energy that emerged was not boundless. However, it was like a fuse that ignited some kind of hidden opportunity. When the time came, Earth would erupt like a mountain torrent, unstoppable. All of the living beings in that world would benefit immensely. The new Great Formation has already taken shape. It's time for Boss to withdraw. If this continues, I'm afraid it'll affect his cultivation foundation. Xiaolong retracted his gaze and looked back at Lu Xiaoyu. His brows furrowed tightly as he muttered to himself. Right now, the entire universe revolved around Boss. He was the one who'd replaced Earth. Because of this, the power of the 18 Hells Great Formation had been transferred from Earth to Lu Xiaoyu. Every time the Great Formation took shape, more power was needed to maintain it. Even a Tao-carrying realm expert would find it difficult to endure such an enormous consumption for long periods of time. If Boss didn't withdraw in time, it would inevitably cause irreparable damage to his cultivation. Because of this, Xiaolong couldn't help but feel a little worried. However, just as he finished speaking, Lu Xiaoyu, who had been engraving invisible runes and laws, suddenly withdrew his hands. Boss! Xiaolong was overjoyed. Seeing this, he knew what Boss was going to do next, and finally felt relieved. Under Xiaolong's gaze, invisible lines appeared all over Lu Xiaoyu's body, connecting with the surrounding starry sky. Vast and unparalleled energy was constantly drawn out from his body to maintain the operation of the Great Formation. Then, a bright light suddenly rose from Lu Xiaoyu's body, like 10 suns in the sky, scorching everyone's eyes. This light was incomparably fierce. Even a powerhouse like Dragon God felt a stinging pain in his eyes and could only turn his back. Lu Xiaoyu's figure was covered in boundless strong light, like a burning sun. His entire figure was difficult to see clearly. Imperceptibly, the surrounding starfield suddenly sped up a bit, as if they had been injected with a cardiac stimulant. The power was even more vast, gushing out from where Lu Xiaoyu was. Swoosh! Suddenly, a figure flashed out from the blazing light and immediately shot into the distance, retreating to the side. Boss, how are you? Xiaolong sensed this situation and quickly rushed to the side of the figure, asking nervously. Beside him, the figure was Lu Xiaoyu. At this time, he seemed to be exhausted, slightly bent at the waist, looking exhausted. I'm fine, don't worry. Seeing Xiaolong's concerned eyes, Lu Xiaoyu gently waved his hand and said to him. He took a few deep breaths and then looked at the position of the ball of light again. Stealing the sky and changing the sun, grafting flowers on trees, success! The corners of Lu Xiaoyu's mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. Looking at the ball of light, he revealed a satisfied expression. After he left, the ball of light dimmed slightly, no longer as bright and dazzling as before, but the energy it released did not decrease in the slightest. This is the chaos origin that great God Pango had back then. It's a pity to use it here. Xiaolong also turned around and looked at the ball of light with a pained expression on his face. That's right, that ball of intense light was something left behind by the great God Pangu in ancient times. It was the chaos origin that he had nurtured. Lu Xiaoyu used this object to use the stealing the sky and changing the sun method. First, he used his own body to replace the role of the Earth world. Then he left and used this ball of chaos origin to replace the power of the Great Hooray. Under the effect of this chaos origin, the entire starry sky Great Hooray operated without hindrance, and its power was even more vigorous and boundless. It was firmly sealed outside the 18 levels of hell, turning that place into a cage. It's a pity, but this thing belongs to someone else, and it's not something I cultivated myself. If I use it to improve myself, it's not a safe move. After a short rest, Lu Xiaoyou's complexion recovered a little. He spoke softly to Xiaolong beside him. You can't find a second treasure like this in the world. But it's a pity being able to use its power to deal with the devil race is worthy of great God Pango. Xiaolong nodded and said, seriously, I just don't know how long this ball of chaos origin can last. I hope that before its power is exhausted, we can uproot the devil race. Chapter 29:10. Hearing Xiaolong's words, Lu Xiaoyu fell into a temporary silence and did not speak. After a long time, he slowly raised his head and said, whether we can eliminate the demon race before the chaos source left by the great god Pangu is exhausted, that will depend on the will of the heavens. If the demon race breaks through the seal of the 18 levels of hell, it will be a terrible disaster for the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds. There was a trace of worry between his brows. He was absolutely unwilling to see such a situation. After making such a huge sacrifice, the chaos source left behind by the enchanting realm powerhouse was a unique treasure in the world. Even if he did not use it, it could definitely bring unimaginable benefits to his family and friends. If he used it to deal with the demon race here, and still could not trap them in the 18 levels of hell, it would definitely not be a good thing. But this was not impossible. The demon race was too strong, especially the demon ancestor. He was an existence that walked out of the chaos in ancient times. Even before his strength recovered, Lu Xiaoyu could not kill him. And in order to completely eliminate this huge disaster, Lu Xiaoyu was really gambling. The demon race. After all, that is a race that lives by killing. The 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds cannot have any morality to speak of with them. The meaning of their existence is to kill. They only want blood. Xiaolong sighed slightly and said, everyone hated the demon race. Once they encountered them, they would not rest until they were dead. Either the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds perish together and become a demon domain, or the 18 levels of hell are raised by billions of creatures, killing the demon ancestor and clearing the universe. Besides these two, there was no other way. The 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds, and the demon race of the 18 levels of hell absolutely could not coexist. Don't worry too much now. There are still some secrets in this world that we don't know. If we want to kill the demon ancestor and eliminate the demon race, perhaps there are other ways. There will be a way when the time comes. Everything will have a conclusion. Lu Xiaoyu suddenly smiled and said to his best brother beside him. At this time, his complexion was still not very good. Laying down this terrifying starry sky formation consumed too much of his strength. Lu Xiaoyu smiled slightly, and Xiaolong also listened calmly, not showing any abnormalities. However, if Lu Xiaoyou's words were heard by other beings, they would be shocked. There were still secrets in this world that Lu Xiaoyu didn't know about. It had to be known that in the 33 heavens, the 3,000 boundless worlds, and the 18 layers of hell, these 3 boundless great worlds, this was the strongest known powerhouse. He was in existence at the Tao vessel realm, and he'd walked his own path of the grand Tao and escaped the shackles and restraints of the heavens and the earth. He'd condensed his own quintessence energy of chaos step by step, and it was extremely terrifying before the ancestor devil and ancestor blood recovered. Hu Xiaoyu was definitely the strongest. It could be said that whether it was the 33 heavens, the 3,000 great worlds, or the 18 hells, as long as it was a place he wanted to go, there was absolutely no power that could stop him. No matter how big the secret in this world was in front of him, it was like there was only a thin veil between them. He only needed to casually wave his hand, and he could pry into it to his heart's content. However, from his mouth, he said that there were still secrets in the world that could not be known. If one really wanted to talk about it, it was likely that before the creation of the heavens and earth, before the primal chaos, or even before the primal chaos, Lu Xiaoyu could not explore. Indeed, the primal chaos had given birth to the 3,000 gods and demons. But where did the primal chaos come from? Boss is right. Let's take a step at a time. In any case, no matter what, We absolutely cannot allow the demon race to once again step into the 33 heavens and threaten the 3,000 great worlds. Xiaolong deeply nodded, a deep and resplendent light bursting out from his eyes as he spoke in a loud and clear voice. As one of the few powerhouses in this world, Xiaolong and Lu Xiaoyu were the same. Everything they did was to protect those they cared about and fulfill their responsibilities. They absolutely could not allow the demon race to harm their loved ones and loved ones. The 18 layers of hell are also very lively at this time. Lu Xiaoyu nodded, at the same time expressing his approval of Xiaolong's words. His eyes gazed into the void as if he could see through the boundless space and into the 11th level of the 18 levels of hell. He saw Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyan, Lu Yuxiao, Long Ke, Long Su, Chu Daoju, and the other experts from the 3,000 greater worlds, the 33 heavens, and the Devil Clan. It was as if he knew everything there like the back of his hand. Boss, we should also quickly enter the 18 layers of hell. If we let that brat Du Xiaofu lead his people to cause trouble, I'm afraid it won't be long before we encounter even greater trouble. At that time, with the strength of those people, they really won't be able to deal with it. Xiaolong glanced at his boss and asked. He naturally knew how terrifying the demon race was, although the powerhouses of the 33 heavens were also incomparably powerful. After all, they did not have a single Dao-bearing realm expert. If the Blood Ancestor, several demon generals, or even the Demon Ancestor personally appeared, they would bring an unimaginable threat to these people. And if more than one Dao-bearing realm expert appeared at the same time, then the millions of people would definitely not be able to escape. In addition, Boss had just laid down a great array to trap the 18 layers of hell, so they could only enter but not leave. As such, even if they wanted to escape, the powerhouses of the 33 heavens would have no way out. No need to worry, they can still barely cope for the time being. The people of the 3,000 great worlds have already arrived. I've already sent a message to them to directly enter the 18 layers of hell and help the people of the 33 heavens. Lu Xiaoyu waved his hand, indicating that Xiaolong did not need to worry. He had always been planning and had a card up his sleeve. As long as there were no major changes, there would not be any mistakes for the time being. We're not going in. Xiaolong raised an eyebrow at Lu Xiaoyu's words and asked in surprise. He had originally thought that Boss would enter the 18 layers of hell after finishing the matter here and meet up with the millions of powerhouses, or observe in the dark, ready to take action at the critical moment. But who would have thought that Boss did not seem to have any intention of entering the 18 layers of hell right away? This greatly surprised Xiaolong. We won't go in for the time being. That junior apprentice brother of mine still needs more intense tempering. If we interfere too much, then it won't be a good thing for his growth. After all, our plan is still counting on him. We can't let that boy live too comfortably. Lu Xiaoyu nodded and smiled. Then he changed the topic and said, Senior has already entered that place for many years, but there hasn't been any news from him. I also want to go and investigate. Perhaps that place will allow us to obtain some shocking secrets. His eyes were deep and unhurried, as if he were immersed in some mysterious imagination. Xiaolong was startled. He naturally knew who the senior that Boss spoke of was. It was a powerhouse that was far more terrifying than Boss. In addition, that place was not some ordinary place. Although Xiaolong had never been there, he had heard Boss mention it more than once. He had long wanted to go and investigate it, but he had been stopped every time. Boss, you're finally willing to take me there? After being stunned for a moment, Xiaolong couldn't help but laugh mischievously, and he couldn't help but rub his hands together, seeming to be extremely excited. Lu Xiaoyu's brows raised abruptly as he looked at Xiaolong's appearance, and then he suddenly swung his palm out and slapped the back of Xiaolong's head. Boss, you hit me again. At any rate, I'm a half-step enlightened realm expert now. How can I hold my head high before all the living beings in the 3,000 worlds if you treat me like this? Xiaolong stared at Lu Xiaoyu with extreme dissatisfaction, and he held the back of his head with one hand, seeming to be extremely aggrieved. I'm sorry I couldn't restrain myself. I'm afraid I can't change this habit of mine after so many years. Lu Xiaoyu smiled mischievously, and then he said, "But I don't want to take you there when I saw your appearance just now." He smiled playfully and winked at Xiaolong a few times. "Don't, boss. We agreed just now. You can't go back on your word." Xiaolong hurriedly moved closer to Lu Xiaoyu, and he instantly tossed what had happened to the back of his mind. He didn't care about it in the slightest. He blinked his eyes and looked at Lu Xiaoyu with a pleading look, like an angry child. If such a scene was seen by other living beings, their eyeballs would probably pop out of their sockets. As a rare existence in this world, the dragon god, whose cultivation was extremely profound, actually showed such an attitude. It was really unbelievable. Seeing such a situation, Lu Xiaoyu smiled with satisfaction and patted Xiaolong's shoulder, saying, "I'm just teasing you. When has boss ever gone back on his word to you? Let's go." Xiaolong nodded excitedly, and then the two figures flickered and disappeared from where they were. Only the boundless star field was left in their surroundings, and the ball of primal chaos source was constantly emitting a terrifying light that was blinding to the eyes. The stars in the sky were also slowly rotating, and majestic star fields were circling around everywhere in the universe. Their shapes were magnificent, and they were engraved with strange trajectories, weaving a terrifying power, and all of them were sent to the 18 layers of hell. Extremely far away, the world of Earth was also changing slowly. Although it didn't seem obvious in a short period of time, as time passed, it was enough to cause the entire world to undergo a fundamental transformation. In the 11th layer of hell, the great battle was still raging. The living beings of the 33 heavens were all tense, and everyone was ready for battle. Everyone knew that millions of top experts had killed their way into the 18 layers of hell, wanting to cut off the majority of the devil race's combat strength. And in this process, they hoped to obtain unexpected benefits, so as to reduce the devil race's slaughter of the 33 heavens in the future. But the living beings of the 33 heavens all knew that the path of those millions of experts would definitely not be smooth sailing. There would definitely be many people who would fall in the 18 layers of hell, never to walk out again. Billions of living beings all had their hearts in suspense, constantly paying attention to the situation in the fiend god battlefield. They wanted to obtain the situation inside as soon as possible. Some of the weaker living beings felt hot blood boiling in their hearts, and they couldn't help but feel excited at the thought of killing their way into the 18 layers of hell. But at the same time, they couldn't help but blame themselves. They blamed themselves for not being able to reach the immortal realm and follow the experts to slay the gods and devils. In the past few years, the supreme Changrong heaven had become more and more crowded. Almost all the experts of the 33 heavens who could make it here had rushed over, causing this world to be filled with people. In comparison, the other worlds of the 33 heavens were showing signs of desolation, and there was a sense of emptiness. But all of this, to the distant Shenwu world, was not affected at all. When Du Xiaofu returned in the past, he had uncovered a huge secret of this world, and at the same time obtained great benefits. Then he left again, but ever since that time he had killed the 3 meditated experts of the beast race, and the experts of the outside world were shocked, and no more experts from the 33 heavens came in large numbers. Occasionally, some people would come to Shenwu world out of curiosity, but they didn't dare to do anything rash. What a joke! This world had a meditated expert guarding it, so who would dare to cause trouble here? The meditated old ancestors of the 33 heavens had all entered the fiend god battlefield and the 18 layers of hell. The few that stayed behind to guard it didn't have the heart to search for treasures at this critical juncture. Moreover, there were very few things in this world that could be useful to a meditated expert. Why would they waste time and effort to search for them? I wonder how Xiaofu and the others are doing now. In the desolate country, Du Tingxian came out of seclusion and gathered with Yi Wuming, Morong Yurua, and the others. Zhan Qingchen, Jialo Juyu, Du Yunlong, Du Shaojing, Yi Piaoling, Chongguyu, and the others were still in seclusion and hadn't come out for a long time. In the past few years, Shenwu world had become more and more powerful. Although in terms of scale it didn't explosively expand like before, this kind of progress was still continuing. At the same time, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as well as the treasures and elixirs, all rushed out, causing countless creatures to go crazy. As a result, the strength of everyone in this world was increasing by leaps and bounds. Compared to a few years ago, it was as if they were flying. Now, in Shenwu world, Du Tingxian, Zhen Qingchen, Du Yunlong, Yi Piaoling, Jialo Juyu, Du Shaojing, Chongguyu, and the others were close to the immortal realm. This time, Du Tingxian had encountered the final bottleneck and had just come out of seclusion. He wanted to change his state and concentrate on breaking through again. Such a terrifying speed of advancement made one's scalp tingle. Even in the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds, such a terrifying increase was absolutely unimaginable. But Du Tingxian and the others knew that this wasn't unimaginable. Before Du Xiaofu left, he had briefly told him that this world was constantly growing. In this process, the creatures and the world grew together, and the benefits obtained were immeasurable. It wasn't like the experts of the ancient 33 heavens, who seized the traces of the evolution of the great Tao and grasped all the 4 great primordial laws. But at the very least, they could pry into the laws of heaven and earth and the true meaning of the great Tao on a deeper level. This kind of opportunity wasn't something that could be found in any era. In the years when everyone was in seclusion, news came from the outside world. Xiaofu led millions of people from the 33 heavens and killed their way into the 18 levels of hell. Now, it's been about 300 years. Yi Wuming looked at Du Tingxian, thought for a moment, and said this. The affairs of the desolate country had always been managed by him. To Yi Lao, cultivation wasn't that important. His true goal was to give Du Xiaofu and the others a stable rear. Although after the devil god was killed and the great calamity of the devil cult was over, this world did not have any major changes. But if Yi Lao were to hand this matter over to the younger generation, he would not feel at ease no matter what. Therefore, Yi Lao was very familiar with the news from the outside world, and he remembered it all in his heart. It's been 300 years. Du Tingxian raised his head slightly and sighed. The starting point of our world's creatures is too low. If we want to help Xiaofu, we are completely powerless. If we force our way into the 33 heavens, we will only become a burden. His expression contained an uncontrollable sense of desolation and helplessness. As Du Xiaofu's father, what he wanted most was to stand by his son's side at this time and fight side by side with him against the devil race. However, including himself, all the creatures of Shenwu world were far from strong enough. Perhaps they could enter the 33 heavens to gain experience during peaceful times. But if they wanted to participate in the war against the devil race, they were too weak. Therefore, many people were doing their best to increase their cultivation, striving to break through to a higher level as soon as possible and enter the 33 heavens, or even the 18 layers of hell to resist the devil race. Apart from the desolate country, the creatures of the other forces also had similar thoughts. However, they didn't want to become the right hand of the Rock Emperor, but at the very least they wanted to be qualified to fight against the devil race. The 33 heavens are now preparing for war, but the real war hasn't broken out yet. Only the millions of immortal and seated forgetful have entered the 18 layers of hell. I hope nothing happens to Xiaofu, Little Xingxing, and Little Yao. We don't need to think too much about it now. Just cultivate hard. Murong Yorua's red lips parted as she paced around the hall. Du Tingxian, Yi Wuming, and the others nodded in agreement. They really didn't have the energy to worry about anything. Instead of wasting their energy on such useless things, they might as well study more about cultivation. Just as everyone fell into a momentary silence, the entire desolate nation's main hall suddenly trembled violently. It was as if an invisible hand was tightly grasping and shaking it. Rumble! A terrifying tremor was produced, and in a flash it spread rapidly from the desolate country's imperial palace to other places in this world. Along with this tremor, an incomparably terrifying power of law intertwined wildly, causing the world to lose its color and the mountains and rivers to tremble. A complete primordial law. Someone is breaking through to the immortal realm. Du Tingxuan's eyes suddenly focused, and he rushed out of the main hall and into the sky. He lowered his head and looked around. In an instant, he found the source of all this. It's Xiaojing. She's breaking through to the immortal realm. Chapter 29:11. It's Xiaojing. She's breaking through to the immortal realm. Yi Wuming couldn't help but shout, his eyes filled with shock. To Shenwu world, to the desolate country. Apart from Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, and Little Xingxing, there were no other immortal realm powerhouses. But those three people had all gone to the 33 heavens in their early years and obtained incomparably great lucky chances, allowing them to make breakthroughs at such a young age. Moreover, Du Xiaofu and the other two had outstanding talent, far surpassing the average person. They couldn't be lumped together. Therefore, to Shenwu world, Du Xiaojing's breakthrough was unprecedented and had great significance. Finally, someone from our Shenwu world can break through to the immortal realm. Not long after, Zhen Qingchen, Yi Piaoling, Chongguyu, Jiaolujuyu, Du Yunlong, and the other desolate country powerhouses were all alarmed. They all came out of seclusion and came to the sky above the palace. Under everyone's gaze, in a certain area of the stone city, a bright light shot up into the sky and into the heavens. Amidst the raging aura, endless power of laws surged, like a tidal wave shaking the 9 heavens. It's the matter law breaking through. Du Yunlong's eyes flashed as he looked at all this and muttered. He could clearly feel that within the energy waves, there was the power of the matter law. With Xiaojing's talent, it's a pity that she only broke through in the matter law. Zhen Qingchen smacked his lips. While he was excited, he also felt a bit of regret. Du Xiaojing's talent alone wasn't much lower than her brother Du Xiaofu's. It was just that the various opportunities and hardships she had encountered limited her growth. But everyone in this world thought that it was a pity for Du Xiaojing to break through to the immortal realm using only the matter law. Now, everyone in Shenwu world knew that after reaching the immortal realm, the power of laws would be fixed. It was almost impossible to break through in the other 3 primal laws. Because of this, Du Xiaofu suppressed his cultivation when he was in the truth-severing realm until he grasped all 4 primal laws. Only then did he break through to the immortal realm. Only then did he reach the immortal realm, the one and only void path. It's already not bad to break through to the immortal realm. There are countless powerhouses in the 33 heavens. But, comparatively speaking, the immortal realm is the strongest. Who knows how many geniuses, not only the immortal realm, there are others, ants the void path. Du Tingxian was quite open-minded and said with a faint smile, his daughter being the first to the immortal realm, was the immortal realm. Although it's the immortal realm and the immortal realm, the immortal realm, and the immortal realms. As with the first, there will be more and more immortal realm immortals in the Shenwu world. When our world's strength increases, we'll fight our way to the 33 heavens, enter the 18 levels of hell, and fight against the demons. Du Yunlong's cloud robe fluttered, and his body was filled with a strong desire to fight. Right now, he had reached the peak of the truth-severing late stage, and was not far from the immortal realm. As long as the right opportunity comes, he'll be able to break through. Just watch. The Shenwu world will not be a coward in the war against the demons. Jiaolujuyu's eyes also emitted a blazing aura, showing his dominance. This was the biggest wish of all living beings in the Shenwu world. Everyone wanted to fight side by side with Du Xiaofu, but the precondition was that they had enough strength. Everyone listened to Du Yunlong and Jialo Juyu's words and fell silent, focusing their attention on the commotion caused by Du Xiaojing. As for what happened in the desolate country's imperial palace, it only took a short period of time for the experts in other places to sense it. This commotion, could it be an expert breaking through to the immortal realm? What powerful energy waves! He's definitely breaking through to the immortal realm. Sure, Shenwu world is finally going to have an immortal rank warrior. This fluctuation comes from the desolate nation. Let's go and take a look. We can't miss such a grand occasion. Very quickly, living beings from all over the Shenwu world rushed towards the desolate country, towards the direction of the terrifying ripples, towards the stone city. Many people were extremely excited. Being able to see the appearance of an immortal realm warrior made the entire divine martial world boil. With the arrival of countless experts, the desolate country became increasingly lively. Originally, the living beings of the 3 continents, Kyushu, and the other regions were all extremely excited. The experts of the various large factions had all rushed over to the desolate country. This is a good start. The first immortal rank warrior has appeared. Not long from now, the entire Shenwu world will explode. When the time comes, the number of immortal rank warriors in this world will be like the soul-seizing and truth-severing realms in the past. They will grow like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. A powerful cultivator from the Xian Fu sect spoke, full of joy. Ever since the great calamity of the devil religion ended and Du Xiaofu and the others left the Shenwu world, this world had undergone tremendous changes. This was always the case. Every time the first elite cultivator of the desolate country made a breakthrough, the living beings of this realm would experience an explosive increase in strength. By now, the true severing realm was not a rare occurrence in this realm, and the ones walking at the front of all the living beings were still the people of the desolate country. One could imagine that once Du Xiaojing, as the first person, took this step, more and more people would take that step. Huff, huff, huff! Under everyone's gaze, the large expanse of light continued to emit. The power of laws was vast and mighty, shaking the void. The entire desolate country was enveloped in a terrifying wave of energy. It was terrifying. This scene was something that the living beings of this world had never seen before. They had only heard about it from Du Xiaofu and the others. And as time went on, the terrifying power of laws became more and more profound, rolling and surging. All the powerful cultivators quickly retreated into the distance, not daring to stay near the palace. This power of laws could affect the energy in their bodies. Everyone felt like their energy was being pulled, as if it was going to rush out uncontrollably. The power of laws that Du Xiaojing was emitting quickly reached a peak and did not continue to rise. However, just as everyone was thinking that all of this would continue until she truly made a breakthrough, the energy of the law of matter that filled the sky suddenly converged like flowing water and rapidly disappeared. What's going on? Why did everything suddenly stop? Xiaojing stopped breaking through. Did something strange happen? Oh no, could there be a problem with the breakthrough? Let's go take a look. Everyone was startled at first. Then they all made such guesses. They were extremely shocked. If their guesses were correct, it was definitely not a good thing. Every time a cultivator broke through, it was accompanied by a huge risk. If it was light, the person would be injured, and if it was heavy, the person would die. Therefore, in an instant, everyone's hearts were in their mouths as they quickly rushed towards the palace. Please don't let anything happen to her. Du Tingxian, Du Yunlong, Zhen Qingchen, Jialo Juyu, and the other powerful cultivators were extremely nervous. Du Xiaojing was their family. If anything happened to her, it would be unacceptable. Furthermore, as the first cultivator to break through to the immortal realm in Shenwu world, if she failed this time, it would be a huge blow to this world. No one wanted to see such a thing happen. Please don't let anything happen to her. Please don't let anything happen to her. Everyone kept repeating in their hearts. Their hearts were hanging in midair. They moved very quickly and soon returned to the sky above Stone City. But suddenly, just as they were about to rush into the place where Du Xiaojing was in seclusion, a figure suddenly appeared and blocked them all. Don't worry, Xiaojing is fine. The person who came was an old man who exuded a boundless, domineering aura. His body was tall and straight, and the old hair on his head made people feel an uncontrollable sense of reverence. Senior Holy Sage Du Tingxian, Du Yunlong, Yi Piaoling, Qin Guyu, and the others were stunned for a moment before bowing respectfully. Just by standing in front of this old man, they felt like they were looking up at a tall mountain. Everyone knew him very well and knew how terrifying he was. And who else could he be other than the strongest cultivator left in Shenwu world, the dean of Tianwu Academy, the Holy Emperor? Senior, what do you mean? Didn't something happen to Xiaojing when she broke through? Du Tingxian hurried forward and asked anxiously. He was the most worried about Du Xiaojing's situation and did not want anything to happen to her. While Du Tingxian was speaking, the other experts also came forward and looked nervously at the old man in front of them. They wanted to hear his answer. Don't worry, nothing happened to her. As for what happened, you will find out soon. The Holy Emperor looked at everyone's expressions and suddenly revealed a mysterious smile. At the same time, he kept them in suspense. However, although the Holy Great Emperor did not say it clearly, just looking at the smile on his face, Du Tingxian and the others inexplicably felt a lot more at ease and relaxed. Senior, what is going on? Xiaojing was clearly breaking through to the immortal realm. Why did she suddenly stop? Meanwhile, Du Xiaoman walked over and couldn't help but ask, just wait and see. You will find out soon. The Holy Emperor remained mysterious and only indicated for everyone to see for themselves. Hearing this, the others did not ask any more questions. They all released the power of their primordial spirits to spy on Du Xiaojing's situation. Not long after, a strange ripple suddenly appeared again. It spread out from Du Xiaojing's place of seclusion and was sensed by everyone. Zhen Qingchen suddenly let out a cry of surprise. His entire person was astonished. Du Tingxian was also stunned and was very surprised by the situation he sensed. The power of the law of space. This is the power of the law of space. She is accumulating the power of a second primitive law. I'm afraid she wants to break through to the immortal realm with multiple primitive laws. That's great. If she succeeds, her strength after breaking through will increase exponentially compared to breaking through with only one primitive law. After perceiving Du Xiaojing's condition, the experts present were in an uproar again. Everyone sighed in shock. Only now did they know that Du Xiaojing did not have an accident during her breakthrough. The power of the law of matter had been suppressed by her. At this time, the second primitive law was surging wildly. It was obvious that she was not willing to break through to the immortal realm with just the law of matter. The result of this would make the breakthrough more difficult. However, if she succeeded, the benefits would be unimaginable. Xiaofu broke through with 4 primitive laws at the same time. Little Xingxing mastered 3 primitive laws. Du Xiaoyao also broke through with the law of space and the law of soul at the same time. If Xiaojing can master at least 2 primitive laws, then our family will be envied by the whole 33 heavens. Du Tingxian became excited and couldn't help but murmur. Everyone knew how difficult it was to master multiple primitive laws and break through to the immortal realm. But now, the desolate country had already had Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, and Little Xingxing. If Xiaojing could do it as well, it would definitely be something worth celebrating. Whether it was the Du family, the desolate country, or the entire divine martial world, they were all happy to see this happen. The law of space. How terrifying! An expert from the Saman sword sect stood in the void in a daze. He felt the power of the law of space coming from the void, and his entire body seemed to be frozen. Around him, There was a formless power surging and firmly locking the space here, forming a unique domain. Du Xiaojing's power affected everyone. Of course, the Holy Great Emperor was not included. As time passed, the power of the law once again climbed to the peak and was extremely vigorous. Everyone had already retreated far away under the Holy Great Emperor's guidance. Avoiding all of this, time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, nearly a month had passed. And at this time, the law of space that Du Xiaojing was emitting became more and more profound, maintaining that state. But to everyone's surprise, just when everyone thought that Du Xiaojing's comprehension of the laws of space had reached the peak and would definitely draw upon the energy of the laws of matter to carry out the final breakthrough, the terrifying energy of the laws of space retreated like the tide once more. This scene was exactly the same as what had happened before. It was obvious that Du Xiaojing had retracted the power of the law of space again. Everyone looked at each other, speechless. Could it be that Xiaojing wants to try a third primitive law? Du Tingxian frowned slightly. There was shock in his eyes, but at the same time, there was some confusion. He understood Du Xiaojing's situation very well. He knew that his daughter had great attainments in the law of matter and the law of space, but not in the law of time and the law of soul. She had only dabbled in them slightly. At this juncture, it would not be easy for her to try a third primitive law. Don't worry, just watch. On the side, the Holy Great Emperor stroked his beard and said with a mysterious smile. Hearing this, everyone stopped talking and turned their attention to where Du Xiaojing was cultivating in seclusion again. Sure enough, not long after the power of the law of space disappeared, another mysterious force spread out. The law of time. Everyone was stunned again. They looked at each other in disbelief. When did Xiaojing cultivate the law of time to such a level? Du Yunlong stood in the same place. His whole body was in a daze. He was extremely surprised. Not only him, but Du Tingxian, Zhen Qingchen, Yi Piaoling, Qingguyu, and the others also had the same feeling. Du Xiaojing had a close relationship with everyone. Everyone knew that her attainments in the law of space and the law of matter were extraordinary. But what was going on with the law of time? This little girl's talent is really good. In just a few hundred years, she has completely comprehended all the laws that this old man taught her. Now, even the law of time has reached such a level. If she can break through to the mortal realm with 3 primitive laws at the same time, she will definitely surpass me in the future. The Holy Great Emperor showed a gratified smile, and his old eyes narrowed into slits. He was very happy. He kept stroking his beard with one hand, looking very pleased. So it was Senior who taught her. Everyone finally understood that Du Xiaojing's mastery of the law of time was taught by the Holy Great Emperor. Who was the Holy Great Emperor? He was in existence at the 3rd stage of meditative forgetfulness, and he relied on the law of time and the law of space to become famous. If they were taught by him on these 2 paths, they would definitely benefit a lot. The ancient desolate space that Du Xiaofu carried with him had the power of both space and time. It was a perfect combination from the Holy Great Emperor. After sleeping for so many years, it's really good to have such a disciple. The Holy Great Emperor squinted his old eyes and nodded repeatedly. He looked at where Du Xiaojing was, and his eyes shone brightly. Senior, you took Xiaojing as your disciple? When did this happen? Zhen Qingchen and the others were stunned and looked at the Holy Great Emperor in confusion. They had not heard anything about this at all. Ha 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 ha, the Holy Great Emperor laughed and said, Of course you don't know. When I took her in as my disciple, all of you were in seclusion. At that time, this little girl was at the critical moment of her breakthrough. I saw that her talent was extraordinary, so I helped her a little. However, her current achievements are the result of her hard work. I only gave her a little guidance. The main point is still her own comprehension. So that's how it is. Du Tingxian and the others understood and nodded. After that, they stopped talking and looked at Du Xiaojing again. They wanted to see her breakthrough. Chapter 29:12. The barren nation and everyone who came to the barren nation were all waiting for Du Xiaojing to finally succeed in his breakthrough. The sage emperor, who was also the principal of Tianwu Academy, had taken her in as his disciple. This was something that surprised everyone. It was clear that because of the existence of this master, Du Xiaojing had definitely obtained extraordinary benefits, and it was definitely not limited to guidance on the level of laws. This was something that everyone was happy to see. In the void, the power of laws violently fluctuated. The laws of time flowed, affecting the entire stone city. Even though many experts were only standing on the periphery, they could still feel themselves falling into the space-time rotation, and it was difficult for them to break free. Fortunately, the Holy Great Emperor, a powerhouse at the third stage of meditative forgetfulness, was present. Under his protection, there was no need to worry about the terrible power released by Du Xiaojing's breakthrough. Most of the buildings in the palace did not even shake. I hope that Xiaojing will be able to reach the immortal level in one go and set a good example for the other creatures in Shenwu world. Du Tingxian thought to himself as he sensed all the fluctuations in the air with a burning gaze. Du Xiaojing cultivated 3 primitive laws. If he could break through successfully, his competence would be intimidating. He could directly fight against someone at third sky of a mortal realm. Furthermore, since the beginning of time, the strongest realm in Shenwu world was beyond the heavenly saint realm. Du Xiaojing was the first to break through to the immortal realm among all the living beings in this world. He would definitely bring a lot of confidence to many living beings. Of course, Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, and little Xingxing, who had broken through in the outside world, were not included. As changes continued to occur in this world, it wouldn't be hard to imagine that this world would be comparable to any of the 33 heavens. I have high hopes for this little girl. The Holy Great Emperor couldn't help but nod with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, there was another violent tremor in the void. Then everyone felt that the aura in the palace had expanded again. The laws of space and matter emerged at the same time and intertwined with the laws of time. The terrifying domain expanded, quickly spreading out, wanting to cover an area of 10 million li. Within this domain, the laws of matter of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and other laws of matter were constantly transforming. Then, boundless energy was generated, and it raged out like a tsunami. 3 types of primeval laws were intertwined and coiled together. Space was circulating while the world was developing, and all sorts of phenomena were occurring. It was an expanse of grotesque and variegated scenes. The entire world of Shen Wu seemed to be affected by this power. Space began to distort, and strange phenomena appeared everywhere, shocking countless living beings. Du Tingxian, Zhen Qingchen, Yi Piaoling, Chong Guyu, Du Yunlong, Jialo Juyu, and Iwuming were all waiting in silence. They wanted to learn something from Du Xiaojing's breakthrough so that they could take the same step in the future. As time passed, the fluctuations of the 3 primordial laws in the void finally began to merge. Seeing this, everyone's expression tensed up. They knew that Du Xiaojing was about to make a crucial breakthrough. This process is extremely difficult, but if we can make it through in one go, then it will be a brand new world. Du Yunlong's robe fluttered in the wind, and his eyes sparkled as he spoke. Hearing this, everyone else nodded in agreement. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, a few months had passed. During this time, Du Tingxian and the rest of the people from the Huang country, as well as the powerhouses from the other forces, were all paying attention to Du Xiaojing's movements. During this period of time, the entire Shenwu world had been experiencing strange occurrences, causing all living beings to be shocked. However, no one panicked because of this. The news of Du Xiaojing's breakthrough spread like wildfire. In the end, the Huang country once again became the focal point of this world. Countless pairs of eyes were watching this place, wanting to know the progress of this matter as soon as possible. Finally, on this day, the boundless power of the laws in the void reached a peak. Then it suddenly retracted like a tidal wave. It came fiercely, but it was also unstoppable. The power of the laws has retracted. Is Xiaojing about to break through? Du Tingxian and the rest were stunned. Then boundless anticipation surged in their hearts. Everyone looked at each other and saw the same look of anticipation on each other's faces. However, just as this kind of anticipation appeared, suddenly a power that was 1,000 times stronger than the previous one appeared and spread out in the void. Everyone retreated in unison, frightened by this power. Fortunately, the Holy Great Emperor acted immediately and blocked everything outside. Only then did these cultivators below the immortal realm not get hurt. Immortal. He's really an immortal. Du Tingxian could feel his lips trembling as he muttered uncontrollably. His words were filled with incomparable agitation and excitement. From this aura, they could tell that Du Xiaojing had really broken through to the immortal realm. The power he emitted easily pushed them back. After waiting for so long, she finally succeeded. Du Yunlong, Zhen Qingchen, Yi Piaoling, Jialo Juyu, and the rest were also very happy. Ha ha ha! The Holy Great Emperor suddenly laughed. His old eyes narrowed into slits. He stroked his beard and said with satisfaction, "Little girl, you're not bad. You've broken through to the immortal realm with 3 primordial laws. You're much better than me in this aspect." As he spoke, he couldn't help but nod his head with a look of satisfaction on his face. After he finished speaking, the tyrannical power in the sky retreated. Then a graceful figure rushed out from below and appeared in front of everyone in an instant. Xiaojing, sister, Du Tingxian, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, and the rest quickly surrounded her. The figure that rushed out was none other than Du Xiaojing. At this moment, she looked extremely different from before. The aura she exuded had changed tremendously. It was much more profound and vast than before. Father, big sister, second brother, Du Xiaojing smiled and greeted the crowd. Then, she came in front of the Holy Great Emperor and bowed. Greetings, Master. Not bad. You finally succeeded in breaking through. TSK, 3 primordial laws. If this news spreads to the 33 heavens, I'm afraid many people will go crazy. Since ancient times, how many people have been able to reach this level? The Holy Great Emperor looked at the graceful girl in front of him with an indescribable satisfaction in his heart. This was his disciple. To have such an achievement was definitely something to be proud of. However, these words caused Du Xiaojing's face to turn red. Her red lips parted slightly as she said, "With big brother, little Xingxing, and the others standing before me, how can Xiaojing accept such an honor with my current ability?" The people at the side were speechless. They all shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Du Xiaofu was a freak. If they were to compare with him, it would be too demoralizing. As for Little Star, after going to the 33 heavens, she also obtained a lot of opportunities and benefits. In addition to her extraordinary talent, it was reasonable for her to take that step. However, Du Xiaojing was different. She was a powerhouse who had cultivated in the divine martial world. Not only my brother, but there are also existences like the Lord of the 3,000 boundless cosmos and the Dragon God. I'm afraid they all surpass Xiaojing by far. Du Xiaojing said as everyone was speechless. She was very humble and did not feel proud of her current strength at all. Indeed, the people that Du Xiaojing mentioned were all unique in this world. Other than Du Xiaofu and Little Star who were still growing, the Lord of the 3,000 boundless cosmos and the Dragon God were already above all living beings. The height of those two was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Very good. With this kind of attitude, you don't have to worry about being worse than them in the future. At the very least, in this old man's opinion, not to mention Du Xiaofu and Lu Xiaoyu, it's not impossible for you to reach Xiaolong's level. The Holy Great Emperor nodded and said to Du Xiaojing. The Tianwu Academy's principal spoke very seriously, But when his words fell into the ears of those around them, they were all stunned. Many people couldn't help but dig their ears, wondering if they had heard wrongly. What? The Lord of the 3,000 boundless cosmos and the Dragon God. These two supreme existences are actually little brats in the principal's mouth? Everyone looked at each other in confusion, and they were all stunned. They couldn't help but suspect that the Holy Emperor had some kind of close relationship with the Lord of the 3,000 boundless cosmos and the Dragon God. Otherwise, why would he not show any respect for those two supreme existences and even act like an elder? This kind of doubt left everyone puzzled. They couldn't help but look at the Holy Emperor with strange expressions. Why are you all looking at this old man? The Holy Emperor's hand that was tugging at his beard froze as he looked at everyone in confusion. After a while, as though he had seen through everyone's thoughts, he suddenly laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha! Lu Xiaoyu is this old man's disciple. There's nothing wrong with me calling him a little brat." And such words instantly struck everyone to the point that they were charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Du Tingxian, Du Yunlong, Zhen Qingchen, Jialo Juyu, Yi Wuming, and the others all blinked their eyes, and a strange feeling surged in their hearts. The Lord of the 3,000 boundless cosmos, Lu Xiaoyu, is the Holy Emperor's disciple? This news only came to everyone today, and they couldn't help but be shocked. If that's the case, then there's nothing wrong with the Holy Emperor's words. No wonder the principal's cultivation is so strong. It turns out that he's the master of the 3,000 boundless cosmos. I've been wondering why such a terrifying expert would appear in the divine martial world. He actually came from the 3,000 boundless cosmos. The corners of Du Tingxuan's mouth curled into a bitter smile as he shook his head. Everyone had guesses about the Holy Emperor's identity, but no one had a clue. In the early years of the divine martial world, Tianwu Academy was the holy land of the 3 continents and Kyushu. Countless people yearned for it. A place like this made all living beings feel strange, and they all wanted to know who created it. After the principal appeared, they were shocked to discover that the strength of the Tianwu Academy's founder was much more terrifying than they had imagined. It was also because of this that the living beings of this world were even more curious about the origins of the Tianwu Academy's principal. However, no one knew about this, not even Du Xiaofu, until today when the dean unintentionally said something. This truth was finally revealed. This also explained many questions. Why would an existence at the 3rd stage of meditative oblivion realm in the divine martial world establish Tianwu Academy? Why would the principal act like an elder when he mentioned the Lord of the 3,000 boundless cosmos and the Dragon God? It seemed like in the primordial age, under the leadership of the 3,000 boundless cosmos sovereigns, many experts entered the divine martial world and left behind many indelible footprints. Don't just stand there. Xiaojing's breakthrough to the immortal realm is a joyous occasion. You might have gained some insights from this observation. Take this opportunity to go into seclusion and cultivate. Try to break through as soon as possible and let this world shine. The Holy Emperor ignored everyone's gazes and waved his hand. I'm going back to the Tianwu Academy. There are a few fellows there who are not bad and are worth nurturing. If you have any questions about your cultivation, you can look for me at the Tianwu Academy. Yes, everyone bowed respectfully when they heard the Holy Emperor's words. After observing Du Xiaojing's breakthrough to the immortal realm, many of the experts present had gained some insights. This could be considered a fortuitous encounter. Someone had walked ahead of them and opened up a new path for them. This was a great opportunity for them to learn from. Furthermore, what made everyone happy was that the Holy Emperor was willing to give them pointers. This would allow them to take fewer detours and make their breakthroughs easier. As for the few fellows in the Tianwu Academy who were not bad, everyone knew that other than the general, Ghost Child Gu Xinyan, and the other higher-ups of the Tianwu Academy, the strongest were the 4 young men and women. They were Tang Mo, Zhang Yishan, Huang Xiaofeng, and Yu Yu. The 3 of them were already known as the 3 gods of the Tianwu Academy in their early years. After the greetings, everyone dispersed. Du Tingxian and the other experts of the desolate country were also preparing to leave and enter seclusion. At this moment, Du Shaojing walked up to the holy emperor with light steps. Master, she didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. Shaojing wants to go out and train after breaking through. I wonder if it's appropriate for me to go to the 33 heavens now. Du Shaojing had just broken through, and her cultivation was at the first sky of a mortal realm. Her strength was comparable to an ordinary third sky of a mortal realm expert. If it was in the past, she would have been able to protect herself in the 33 heavens. As long as she didn't offend any superpowers, not many people could touch her. That was why she wanted to go out and train. However, the situation in the 33 heavens was tense now. The demon race was rampant, and many living beings had entered the divine demon battle realm and entered the 18 layers of hell. Therefore, Du Shaojing wanted to hear her master's opinion and get some pointers. Yes. Chapter 29:13. Du Tingxian, Zhen Qingchen, Jialo Juiyu, Du Yunlong, Yi Piaoling, Qingguyu, and other experts were all working hard to reach the immortal realm. At the same time, the changes in Xinwu world were still ongoing. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was multiplying, and the suppressive force was weakening. The world was also expanding. All of this had to do with Du Xiaofu. At this time, he was fighting in the 11th layer of the 18 layers of hell, fighting alongside millions of experts from the 33 heavens. After being tempered by the hellfire, Du Xiaofu's strength increased rapidly. He had reached the mid-stage of the second level of the void path from the early stage of the second level of the void path. His true battle strength was enough to suppress those at the first level of the meditative realm. With his many tricks, he wasn't even afraid of those at the second level of the meditative realm. This kind of improvement was terrifying. The 200 or so meditative realm experts couldn't help but be speechless. Most of the experts at the first level of the meditative realm could only smile bitterly in their hearts. Before entering the 18 layers of hell, Du Xiaofu was much weaker than them. He was only at the peak of the immortal realm. He couldn't even compare to those at the true meditative realm. But after all these years of fighting in the 18 layers of hell, this kid had used the broken seals between each layer of hell and the hellfire to temper himself. His strength had actually improved by leaps and bounds. This was truly unbelievable. Most importantly, Du Xiaofu's breakthroughs didn't have any bottlenecks. He only needed to increase his strength step by step. As long as he had enough energy and enough comprehension, he would steadily increase his strength. And for people like them, every step they took, they would face a huge obstacle. However, everyone knew that Du Xiaofu was able to achieve this because he was in the void path, a realm that had never been seen before. In this realm, there were no barriers to each level of growth. The only thing that would stop one from breaking through was when one was trying to break through to the next level. The entrance to the 12th layer of hell is not far ahead. Let's hurry. Du Xiaofu took the lead in front of everyone. The purple gold heavenly tower in his hand continued to release a bright light, slashing down again and again, killing the devils along the way. We're about to enter the 12th layer of hell. I keep feeling that our journey has been a little too smooth. I'm afraid that's not a good thing. Lu Jingyun murmured as he looked ahead with a burning gaze. Ever since they entered the 18 levels of hell, they had been pushing their way through. Although they had encountered a large number of devil clan members who had fiercely resisted, their resistance was not particularly fierce. This was somewhat different from what they had initially imagined. This sort of minuscule resistance from the demons didn't cause the 33 heavens to lose too many powerhouses. The more he thought about it, the more worried Lu Jingyun was. One could imagine that in the final battle, the vast majority of the demon race's strength would be revealed. At that time, This would be a terrifying test for the powerhouses of the 33 heavens. Since I've already entered this place, I can't turn back so easily. Du Xiaofu nodded and said, "Let's enter the 13th layer of hell first. No matter what, we must do something on this trip. If we encounter an irresistible situation, we must retreat in time. At the very least, we must preserve the main fighting strength of the 33 heavens. Now is not the time to truly engage in the final battle with the Devil Clan." No one dared to underestimate the strength of the Devil Clan. In ancient times, the Devil Clan was an existence that could cause the great god Pangu and the entire Pangu realm to tremble in fear. Along the way, the resistance they had encountered was not great. The Devil Clan had not formed an effective resistance. One could imagine that the road ahead would not be easy. Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyan, and the others no longer spoke. They continued to rush towards the entrance to the 12th layer of hell. Every battle in the 12th layer of hell would consume a large amount of time. For example, in the 11th layer of hell, there was an even larger amount of Devil Clan resistance. In addition, they had to search for the door to the 12th layer of hell. It took Du Xiaofu and the others 60 to 70 years to truly reach the entrance to the 12th layer of hell. However, just as everyone was about to plunge into the hellfire, a ferocious, murderous aura suddenly surged towards them. In this murderous aura, there was boundless ferocity and terrifying ruthlessness. As soon as this aura appeared, the 11th layer of hell was instantly filled with scarlet red. Waves of terrifying bloody aura spread out, filling every inch of space. Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyan, Lu Yuxiao, Lu Qing, Long Ke, Long Su, Chu Daoju, and the other powerhouses suddenly felt as if their bodies had fallen into a swamp. Their movements became sluggish. Blood Ancestor. Du Xiaofu was shocked in his heart. He was extremely familiar with this aura. Earlier, when he was in the Qian Su Jing Hua Heaven, he had faced it head-on. The Blood Ancestor was probably the only person in this world who possessed such a murderous aura and terrifying might. That old bird is really moving. It's definitely coming for us. This 11th layer of hell is not easy to leave. Lu Jingyan's face was incomparably solemn. His brows were tightly knitted as he spoke in a deep voice. Not long after they entered the 11th layer of hell, they had sensed the existence of the Blood Ancestor. However, in these past few decades, the experts of the 33 heavens had launched a terrifying massacre in this space, but they had never seen that old ghost appear. In the end, everyone treated it as if it didn't exist. After all, back then in the Qian Su Jing Hua Heaven, Lu Xiaoyu had heavily injured the Blood Ancestor, cutting off one of his arms, causing him to be even more injured. It would take a very long time for him to recover. However, just when Du Xiaofu and the others thought that the Blood Ancestor wouldn't choose to stop them at this level, and that the millions of people on their side would be able to smoothly enter the 12th level of hell, they didn't expect that the old ghost would suddenly move again. Meditative realm, prepare to fight. The rest of you, retreat to the entrance of the next level of hell and wait for us. If you see that something is wrong, leave immediately. An old man from the 33 heavens at the 3rd stage of meditative realm let out a deep shout as his eyes shone brightly. As soon as he finished speaking, the millions of people immediately moved. They no longer cared about fighting with the remaining demon clan members. They all rushed forward at full speed towards the entrance of the next level of hell. In addition, Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyan, Long Ke, Long Su, and more than 200 meditative realm experts also quickly gathered in one place and stood on the spot, ready to fight. Old ghost, let us have a go at you. Let's see if you can still kill as wantonly as you did in the past with your broken body. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered as he stared at the void. Everyone else also widened their eyes as they looked at the scarlet light that filled the sky around them. The meditative realm experts also felt a lot of pressure at this moment. After all, the Blood Ancestor was an expert of the path-bearing realm. Even if his strength had been damaged again and again, His power was still difficult to resist. Everyone unite as one. I don't believe that with so many people, we can't stop the blood ancestor who has been injured again and again. Lu Jingyun's entire body emitted a strong fighting spirit. As soon as he finished speaking, more than 200 meditative realm experts all released ferocious energy, fluctuations, and intertwined with each other. When this action was made, everyone felt their bodies relax. That frightening blood evil qi was no longer able to affect them too much. A bunch of audacious ants actually dared to break into the 18th level of hell to die. At this moment, a sinister laugh rang out and fell into everyone's ears. This voice drifted and came from all directions, making it impossible to pinpoint its exact location. Mongrel old bird, since you've come out, why are you still hiding? Could it be that you're too ugly with a broken wing and don't have the face to see others? Du Xiaofu curled the corners of his mouth and said coldly. His words caused the other experts in the surroundings to reveal strange smiles. All of them had a look of disdain on their faces. Du Xiaofu was deliberately provoking the blood ancestor to reveal his true body. Although the mongrel old bird was seriously injured, if he hid in the dark and launched a sneak attack, he would inevitably bring unimaginable trouble to everyone. If he was forced to appear, it would naturally be much easier to deal with him. Therefore, everyone couldn't help but admire Du Xiaofu's wit. It was as if his mouth had been blessed and was incomparably vicious. With the blood ancestor's strength and status, how could he withstand such ridicule? Having one of his wings broken by Lu Xiaoyu was already a great humiliation. This time, he was attacked by Du Xiaofu's words. If it were anyone else who was ridiculed like this, they would probably jump out and fight back. How dare you talk nonsense? Do you really think this ancestor can't kill you? As expected, the blood ancestor began to yell. His voice was filled with endless rage. The terrifying roar shook the 9 heavens and pierced through the clouds. It practically caused the entire level of hell to tremble terrifyingly. Walala! In the next moment, a blood-red light shot up into the sky, broke through the void, and rushed straight in the direction of Du Xiaofu and the others. In this blood-red light, a huge phoenix spread its wings and soared into the sky. It was like a red cloud that covered the sky and the earth. It was extremely visually shocking. It's here. Prepare for battle. Du Xiaofu laughed sinisterly and suddenly shouted in a deep voice. There was no need for his instructions. All the powerhouses present trembled and quickly surrounded Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyun, and the others. In front of everyone's eyes, the blood ancestor scattered the blood-red clouds in the sky and quickly arrived in front of Du Xiaofu and the others. Humans, you dare to come to the 18th level of hell? You're courting death. His eyes were fixed on Du Xiaofu. A fierce light shot out from his fierce eyes as if he wanted to swallow him whole. He said, "The origin of chaos in your body is finally delivered to this ancestor's hands." Keek keek. When he finished speaking, he laughed sinisterly again. Chapter 29:14. In the early years, when Du Xiaofu led the experts of the 33 heavens into the Qian Su Jinghua heaven, the moment blood ancestor appeared, he sensed that Du Xiaofu had the origin of primal chaos on him. Therefore, he directly tried to seize it. The origin of primal chaos was nurtured by an illusionary realm expert and had miraculous effects. It was extremely useful for healing the blood ancestor's injuries. If he succeeded in seizing it, the accumulated injuries from being suppressed by the origin phoenix for many years would recover in a very short time. Therefore, the blood ancestor coveted the origin of primal chaos on Du Xiaofu and wanted to seize it. However, Lu Xiaoyu's sudden appearance at that time ruined the blood ancestor's plan. In the end, Lu Xiaoyu defeated the blood ancestor and broke one of his wings. Now, the blood ancestor appeared in human form in front of Du Xiaofu and the others. He was also missing an arm. If he wanted to regrow it, it would take a lot of time and resources. However, The blood ancestor looked at Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyin, and the others coldly. At the same time, he laughed coldly, but at the same time, he couldn't help but feel excited. Originally, he hid in the 18 levels of hell to avoid Lu Xiaoyu's pursuit. Who would have thought that these creatures of the 33 heavens would be so bold as to directly rush into the 18 levels of hell? The blood ancestor secretly swore that this time he wouldn't let Du Xiaofu escape. He had to get the origin of primal chaos. Old bird, are you really so confident that you can defeat so many of us working together? Do you really think that you can do whatever you want when you're at your peak? Lu Jingyin sneered and said coldly. He didn't seem to be afraid at all. Instead, his whole body was filled with boiling battle intent. Indeed, if the blood ancestor was at his peak, more than 200 Oblivion Realm experts on his side wouldn't even be enough to slap that old ghost. Tao-bearing realm experts were rare existences since ancient times. One could imagine how powerful they were. Lu Jingyin wasn't an arrogant person. Naturally, he could see the huge gap between them. However, the old ghost's injuries were on top of his injuries. After being ravaged several times, his strength had been greatly reduced. In particular, the 2 attacks from Lu Xiaoyu in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven had disrupted the blood ancestor's energy. Who knew how much energy the blood ancestors, power god, knew how much energy the blood ancestor lost. Without sufficient resources, not to mention a short few hundred years, even 10,000 years would not be enough for it to recover. This was the reason why Lu Jingyin was confident. The blood ancestor was the god of the 200 Oblivion Realm experts. What an arrogant human. A mere 3rd level meditative realm cultivator dares to be so presumptuous in front of this ancestor. The blood ancestor's eyes suddenly narrowed as he glared fiercely at Lu Jingyin. And then he said, "However, I only want to kill that kid today and obtain the chaos quintessence in his possession. If you don't open your eyes, then I'm not willing to crush you in hell with me." His eyes were filled with murderous intent. As he spoke, he glanced at Du Xiaofu, who was beside Lu Jingyin. A terrifying blood-red radiance shot out like a blood-stained sword across the void. "Old ghost, since you're so confident, then come and try. Don't run away in fear when you can't beat me." Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and pointed the purple-gold, heavenly tower at the blood ancestor. His entire body flowed with the power of the great Tao origin. All of his power was accumulating, and very soon he had reached a peak. "That's right. We also want to have a good fight with you, old ghost from ancient times, but I'm afraid you'll be too weak and run away with your tail between your legs." One of the 33 heavens meditative experts sneered and looked at the blood ancestor. At this moment, more than 200 meditative experts gathered all their strength and intertwined together to form a terrifying curtain of light that enveloped everyone's bodies. They all looked at the one-armed old man across from them with burning eyes. Their fighting spirit surged and shook the void. Everyone knew how strong the blood ancestor was. Many of them had seen him fight back in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven, but the situation was different now. Now that the blood ancestor's strength had been greatly reduced, they still had a chance. But if they could kill the blood ancestor while more than 200 meditative experts were working together, it would be an earth-shattering feat. "You're just a bunch of ants. How dare you clamor with this ancestor? Since you want to die, how can this ancestor not fulfill your wish?" The blood ancestor's ferocious face darkened. It was as if water was about to drip from it. It was incomparably terrifying. In the face of the humiliation of the powerhouses of the 33 heavens, how could he possibly endure it? As an existence who had been infamous since ancient times, how could he endure such mockery? His ferocious eyes suddenly shrank and his entire body moved. "Clamor with this ancestor? You're overestimating yourselves. You've delivered yourselves to the 18 levels of hell. Naturally, this ancestor will treat you well." The blood ancestor's words were cold. As he spoke, his remaining arms suddenly stretched out and began to move in the void. Huff, huff, huff! In an instant, the entire void seemed to have turned into a pool of clear water that was stirred up by a giant palm. A vortex appeared and rapidly flowed. Then a terrifying storm silently formed. Like a roaring river, the tide struck the sky and rushed towards the moon in all directions. Wave after wave of giant waves slapped towards Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyin, Lu Yuxiao, Lu Ying, and the others. Within this wave, there was an unparalleled power of the great Tao. It was even mixed with the power of the origin of chaos. It was as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The scene was extremely terrifying. This was the blood ancestors' own Tao. Whether it was the 33 heavens or the 18 levels of hell, they seemed to be incompatible with this power. However, it was undeniable that this aura was extremely powerful. Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyin, Dragon Fault, and the others joined forces to create a terrifying barrier of light. Under the blood ancestors' power, the barrier shook violently and continuously. The third realm of meditative oblivion will face the blood ancestor. The rest of you, support from the side. Let's have a good fight with this old ghost. Lu Jingyin immediately shouted. His figure soared into the sky, his robe fluttering. Fight! The rest of the experts shouted one after another. More than 20 figures walked out from the formation and formed a triangle with Lu Jingyin to face the blood ancestor. As for the first and second realms of meditative oblivion, they retreated behind these 20 or so people and formed a formation to face the blood ancestor. The origin of the great Tao was released from everyone's body. They intertwined with each other and turned into a dazzling light that rose into the sky. Ants, go to hell! Such a roar came from the blood ancestor's throat. He suddenly waved his arm. Whoosh! Terrifying great Tao energy surged and instantly transformed into a huge blood-colored phoenix. It looked no different from the blood ancestor's original body. This huge blood-colored phoenix flapped its wings and pounced, stirring up a boundless storm as it attacked in an instant. Its sharp claws tore through the void. Under the gentle swaying of its phoenix tail, it destroyed everything in its path. Du Xiaofu and the others looked extremely serious. At this moment, their concentration was at its peak. Attack! Following Lu Jingyun's shout, all the experts immediately attacked. Waves of origin of the great Tao energy surged into the sky and instantly engulfed the entire void. The first meditative oblivion expert unleashed a terrifying attack toward the blood ancestor. Both sides attacked fiercely. The scene was shocking. In a short period of time, the two sides had a terrifying collision. Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyin, Long Kei, and the others' attacks were extremely fierce. The origin of the great Tao destroyed everything in its path. The attacks of more than 200 people moved at the same time. A rain of light swept across the sky and destroyed everything in its path. However, when it came into contact with the blood ancestor's giant blood-colored phoenix, it was as if it had hit a rock. A metallic sound rang out. Only the attacks of Lu Jingyin, Lu Yuxiao, Lu Ying, Long Kei, Long Su, and more than 23rd level meditative oblivion experts caused damage to the blood-colored phoenix. They stopped it for a moment, but a large amount of energy exploded and the blood-colored wings on its body collapsed. However, this attack did not truly defeat it. The blood-colored phoenix was still flying toward them, an ant trying to shake a tree. You overestimate yourself. The blood ancestor shouted coldly. His voice shook the 9 heavens. That huge phoenix also moved ferociously, moving forward in the storm that filled the sky, once again charging towards the crowd. This old man's methods are too strong. If we fight separately, it will be difficult to defeat him. Du Xiaofu's eyes were serious. He looked at the giant blood-colored phoenix that was speeding toward them and kept coming up with a plan. The blood ancestor's aura was extremely powerful. If the 200 or so of them fought separately, they wouldn't be a match for him at all. If they were not careful, it was very likely that they would be defeated one by one. When that happened, no one would be able to leave this place alive. This was a situation that Du Xiaofu did not want to see at all. If we want to deal with the blood ancestor, we naturally can't treat him lightly. However, it's not like we don't have a way. Lu Jingyan said, his words deep. However, looking at his appearance, he seemed to have some confidence. He must have some special methods. Just as he was talking to Du Xiaofu, the blood-colored phoenix, formed by the endless power of the great Tao and the origin of chaos, had already arrived in front of them. When they saw this scene, none of the powerhouses dared to be careless. They all used their strongest methods and gathered a large number of attacks that came down and drowned the blood-colored phoenix. Lu Jingyan, Lu Yuxiao, Long Ke, Long Su, and the others also did not hold back. They all used their most terrifying attacks. In particular, the attacks of the third stage meditative realm cultivators were extremely terrifying and caused considerable damage to the blood-colored phoenix. Retreat! While the giant blood phoenix was being obstructed, Lu Jingyan suddenly let out a roar and quickly retreated with more than 200 people, leaving their original location. While they were retreating, their hands did not have any intention of stopping. They attacked without hesitation. After a series of attacks, the Crimson Phoenix let out a shrill cry and turned into green smoke, exploding in the void. When they saw this scene, everyone finally let out a sigh of relief. Even if a realm of enlightenment powerhouse's strength was greatly reduced and was not even at 10% of his peak strength, it was still not easy to deal with him. However, just as Du Xiaofu and the others were about to let out a sigh of relief, the blood ancestor opened his mouth again. He stepped in the void and slowly walked over. As he walked, he laughed sinisterly and said, "Kakik! A bunch of useless chickens and pottery dogs dare to fight with this ancestor. This ancestor wants to see how long you can resist." The blood ancestor's blood-colored eyes looked at everyone with endless mockery. Especially when he looked at Du Xiaofu, there was a greedy look in his eyes, as if he wanted to swallow him whole. The origin of chaos left behind by Heavenly Lord Dalio was something he must obtain. "You old bird, are you so sure that you can win?" When Lu Jingyan heard this, he could not help but raise his eyebrows and ask coldly. Then, without turning his eyes, he said to Du Xiaofu, "Masters Junior Du, I have a way to deal with this old ghost, but I need you to be the center. I wonder if Masters Junior Du can give it a try? What do you want me to do? Just say it." Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and looked at Lu Jingyan. He was mentally prepared. Since Lu Jingyan had said this so solemnly, it must be a difficult task. However, Du Xiaofu did not care about this. As long as he could defeat the blood ancestor, he would not hesitate to pay the price of being seriously injured. When he heard Du Xiaofu's words, Lu Jingyan immediately transmitted his thoughts to more than 200 meditative forgetfulness powerhouses and told them his idea. As he continued to explain, Du Xiaofu finally understood what Lu Jingyan meant. "The Void 8 trigrams technique? I can give it a try," Du Xiaofu murmured. Then he activated the 4 primordial laws and instantly formed a terrifying 8 trigrams diagram that occupied the void. In just an instant, a terrifying pressure descended and spread out in the space. In the distance, some members of the demon clan prostrated themselves on the ground. They were frightened by this terrifying pressure and felt uneasy. Lu Jingyan's method was to have Du Xiaofu use the Void 8 trigrams technique. This was the technique of his father, Lu Xiaoyu. The Void 8 trigrams contained all the laws of order in this world. Du Xiaofu had used this technique to break through the void path using the 4 primordial laws and achieve a unique realm in this world. However, Du Xiaofu's current cultivation level was not high enough to deal with the blood ancestor. Lu Jingyan wanted to borrow the power of all the meditative forgetfulness powerhouses present and use the Void 8 trigrams to fight the blood ancestor. However, this process was extremely dangerous. Du Xiaofu himself would have to bear a great deal of pressure. The power of more than 200 meditative forgetfulness powerhouses was enough to shake heaven and earth and kill everything. However, at the same time, it would bring great danger to Du Xiaofu. If he was not careful, he would be crushed by this power and die an unnatural death. I have the immortal Xian body and the green spirit armor. My physical body and primordial spirit are extremely tough. They are not weaker than powerhouses in the third stage of meditative forgetfulness. I dare not say that I can easily withstand the power of all the powerhouses, but I can definitely handle some of them. Chapter 29:15. I have the immortal Xian body and the azure spirit armor. My body and primordial spirit are both extremely tough. I'm no weaker than a third stage meditative realm cultivator. I can't say that I'll be able to withstand all of their powers, but I'll definitely be able to control them. Du Xiaofu thought to himself as he continuously assessed his own abilities. If he were to combine the powers of more than 200 meditative realm cultivators, it would be an extremely difficult test for Du Xiaofu. However, Du Xiaofu wasn't afraid of facing the blood ancestor. He wanted to give it a try. If that's the case, let's begin. Lu Jingyan said to the people around him as he watched Du Xiaofu's actions. In fact, as the eldest son of the ruler of the 3,000 sectors, he himself had mastered the Void 8 trigrams technique. If he really used it, his power would definitely be many times stronger than Du Xiaofu's. After all, a third-stage meditative realm cultivator wasn't just for show. However, Lu Jingyan hadn't mastered all 4 primordial laws at the same time. Fundamentally speaking, he wasn't able to use them as comprehensively as Du Xiaofu. The more than 200 meditative realm cultivators present had all used their own methods to enter the immortal realm and then step into the meditative realm. Only Du Xiaofu could use all 4 primordial laws to perfectly integrate these powers and use them against the enemy. You, Qing Divine Emperor, it's all up to you now. We were able to defeat the blood ancestor mainly because of Uncle Du. If we can't do it, don't force yourself. We'll just have to find another way. The meditative realm cultivators all had solemn expressions as they spoke to Du Xiaofu. Many of them spoke up to warn him. They didn't want to see Du Xiaofu suffer too much damage. Everyone, I know what I'm doing. Come on. Du Xiaofu shouted as he focused his gaze. Huff, huff, huff! The terrifying 8 trigrams diagram hovered in the air, releasing a bright light. A majestic power burst forth, causing the world to tremble. Under the influence of this power, the space around everyone turned into a state of chaos. Everyone, according to your own law attributes, choose a suitable position. I will take the position of Qian. An old man at the 3rd level of meditative oblivion realm flashed and arrived at one of the 8 trigrams. Let's help. Many other experts rushed out and stood beside the old man, and these people were at the Qian position of the 8 trigrams. My Lord Kuan position. Soon after, another powerhouse flew out and went to the Kuan position. Those who were below the 3rd level of meditative oblivion also helped from the side. I'll take the Zhen position. Leave the Li position to me. My main-kin position. Very soon, after a series of shouts, all the meditative experts rushed out and landed in every corner of Du Xiaofu's Void 8 trigrams. More than 200 people took their positions in an instant. Dozens of people stood on each of the 8 directions of the 8 trigrams diagram in the void. Lu Jingyan, Lu Yuxiao, Lu Ying, Long Ke, Long Su, and the others were also there. We're going to start pouring in our power. Uncle Du, you have to be careful. If you can't hold on, tell everyone immediately. Lu Jingyan's body was as straight as a javelin. As his robes fluttered, he looked like a deity. He was wrapped in the light of Du Xiaofu's Void 8 trigrams, and his entire body was glowing with radiance. Humph! How dare you challenge this ancestor with some petty tricks? How can the light of a grain of rice compete with the brilliance of the moon? No matter how much my strength is damaged, I'm not someone you ants can deal with. The blood ancestor saw the actions of Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyan, and the others in the distance. When he saw Du Xiaofu's 8 trigrams diagram, his old eyes couldn't help but ripple. At first glance, one could tell that the 8 trigrams in the void was extraordinary. The aura contained within it was extremely terrifying. Even a powerhouse like him was shocked by it. This was definitely not a technique that Du Xiaofu could comprehend at his level. However, the blood ancestor didn't particularly care. In his eyes, the experts of the 33 heavens were nothing to worry about. Rumble! As the blood ancestor spoke, his single arm suddenly swung in the void. It was like a heavenly will crushing through the boundless void, emitting a terrifying sound. It was like rolling thunder, as if it wanted to collapse the world. Following that, the scarlet color that filled the sky surged endlessly. It was like turbid waves that were surging through the sky. Each wave was higher than the previous one, and it slammed towards Du Xiaofu and the others. Begin! Du Xiaofu let out a shout from his throat. Facing the blood ancestor's attack, he didn't dare to be negligent. The experts in the various positions of the 8 trigrams diagram looked at each other and immediately began to circulate the power in their bodies. Wave after wave of pure energy surged out like the waves of a long river, and all of it permeated into Du Xiaofu's 8 trigrams diagram. Rumble! Under Du Xiaofu's control, the 8 trigrams diagram slowly rotated. The tyrannical energy followed a strange trajectory and began to converge toward the center of the 8 trigrams diagram. In the blink of an eye, Du Xiaofu's expression changed drastically. His face immediately became incomparably rosy, and his body temperature rapidly rose. The magnificent energy shuttled endlessly through his body, making him feel like he was about to explode. What a vigorous power! The power of more than 200 meditative experts is really terrifying. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. He was shocked by the situation he was in. At the same time, he was also very clear that Lu Jingyan and the others had only used a small portion of their strength to achieve such an effect. If they had used their full strength, it was very likely that they would have exploded and died in an instant, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. Come again, I can still hold on. Du Xiaofu roared, shaking the 9 heavens. His immortal Xian body was activated, and the muscles all over his body bulged, undulating nonstop. When Lu Jingyan and the others heard Du Xiaofu's words, they didn't hesitate in the slightest. Once again, they summoned a majestic power and poured it into the 8 trigrams diagram. With the influx of endless power, Du Xiaofu let out a long cry. Like an invisible sharp sword, he cut through the sky and earth, causing the 11th layer of hell to resonate with the sound of swords. His entire body seemed to be on the verge of exploding, and some parts of his immortal Xian body began to crack. However, this feeling also made him feel incomparably wonderful. This absolute power made him feel like he had transcended, as if he could destroy everything in the world with a single palm. Old ghost, come at me! Du Xiaofu roared, his purple robe and hair fluttering in the wind. He raised the purple gold heavenly fault in his hand and pointed it directly at the blood ancestor. At this moment, borrowing the power of more than 200 meditative experts made Du Xiaofu feel unprecedentedly powerful. Chapter 29:16. Under the support of these powers, Du Xiaofu's body surged with endless light, making him look like a god of war with boundless power. Kill! He raised his sword and dashed forward. Along with the 8 trigrams in the void and the 200 or so meditative forgetfulness cultivators, he charged toward the blood ancestor. You little bastards think you're worthy of fighting me. The blood ancestor charged toward them, stepping on a crimson light. The boundless storm was stirred up by him, and energy filled the sky. It condensed into a giant phoenix claw, which tore the void into a chaotic state. It charged toward Du Xiaofu. The two clashed, and the sword light from the purple gold heavenly tower slashed at the blood ancestor's claw. Chi, chi, chi! The sound of a sword slicing through metal rang out, ear-piercing. The blood ancestor's claw collided with the purple-gold heavenly tower. Sparks flew in all directions, emitting dazzling light. In the distance, the millions of immortal realm cultivators of the 33 heavens were watching the battle from afar. Because of the great distance, other than a few high-level immortal realm cultivators, the power of their primordial spirits couldn't see the details. Chu Daoju, Ling Feng, Long San, Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, and the others all wore solemn expressions. The clash between Du Xiaofu's group and the Blood Ancestor caused everyone to be extremely shocked. They had already retreated to an extremely far place, but the aftershocks of the battle still fiercely transmitted to them, greatly affecting them. Dad and the others should be able to resist the Blood Ancestor. That old bird has been injured repeatedly, and his strength is much weaker than before, Little Xingxing said as she looked into the distance. Although this was what she said, she was actually a little worried. After all, the Blood Ancestor was extremely famous and had established a terrifying reputation since ancient times. On the other hand, his father and many of his brothers and sisters were still in the meditative realm. There was a huge gap between them and the Blood Ancestor. When these people joined forces to fight, their chances of winning were actually not that great. That old ghost is very scary. I hope Boss and the others can obtain the final victory. Du Xiaoyao's eyes flashed as she spoke. His thoughts were similar to Little Xingxing's. They were both filled with worry, but now they were not strong enough to do anything. They could only rely on Du Xiaofu and the others to deal with everything. Don't worry, that brat Xiaofu has extraordinary means. Jingyan Yu Xiao and the others are not to be outdone either. After all, the Blood Ancestor was severely injured, so it wasn't impossible for them to defeat him. That guy Lu Xiaoyu must have considered these things, since he dares to let us kill our way into the 18th level of hell. He must have a certain degree of confidence, Chu Daoju said from the side. Hearing his words, Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, and the other powerhouses of the 33 heavens felt a lot more relieved. Just as he had said, entering the 18th level of hell this time was something that Lu Xiaoyu, the lord of the 3,000 sectors, had approved. If he didn't have a certain degree of confidence, he probably wouldn't joke around with the lives of his children and the others. At a critical moment, perhaps Lu Xiaoyu himself would appear once again to help them. One had to know that the demon race in the 18th level of hell was very powerful. The strongest people, besides the demon ancestor and the 2 demon servants, were several demon generals. The lord of the 3,000 sectors must have thought of these things and made corresponding countermeasures to deal with all of this. Otherwise, if they wanted to eliminate the demon race, wouldn't it be just empty talk? How could they completely kill the demon ancestor? Everyone, don't be anxious. Let's wait and see first. I think it won't be long before the situation over there becomes clear. With Xiaofu and Jingyun's methods, the Blood Ancestor definitely won't dare to underestimate them in the slightest, Long Sen said as he stood to the side. Then everyone stopped talking. All of them, seriously, used the power of their primordial spirits to sense the situation in the distance. Under everyone's prying eyes, Du Xiaofu and the Blood Ancestor's attacks had completely exploded. After the sword glow from the purple gold, heavenly fault collided with the blood-colored claw. It separated upon contact. Immediately after, both of them swung down and collided with each other once again, emitting a loud rumble that shook the heavens. Chi, 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 chi. A glaring light immediately exploded. It was accompanied by an endless amount of energy as it churned. The area where the 2 of them were at transformed into a primal chaos state, completely swallowing their bodies. Buzz. When all of this exploded, a terrifying buzzing sound was produced. A sharp whistle pierced through the air, shaking the heavens and the earth and cracking the mountains and the earth. The sky trembled uncontrollably and disintegrated piece by piece. There was a burst of chaotic light that was incomparably terrifying, directly swallowing everything around it. A huge vortex was formed, filled with a monstrous tearing force that swept in all directions. Every place in the 11th level of hell was greatly affected. Even if they were very far away, the void was still distorted and shattered. Rumble, the rumbling and the chaos continued, shaking the world. Not long after, two shadows rushed out from it and flew in two different directions. One of them was the Blood Ancestor's Hell Blood Phoenix body. It was so huge that it covered half of the sky. However, the Hell Blood Phoenix's body only had one wing. The other wing was made up of light, and it was indeed not a real existence. His wing had been cut off by Lu Xiaoyu back then. The other shadow that rushed out from the chaotic light was Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyun, and the others. Their formation hadn't collapsed, but it was on the verge of collapse. It was as if they couldn't get any closer to it. Ugh! After retreating for thousands of miles, Du Xiaofu's throat unconsciously let out a muffled groan, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Not only that, but his immortal Xian body also swelled and cracked, and blood seeped out. He was heavily injured, but fortunately, more than 200 meditative realm cultivators joined forces to protect him, so he did not suffer any serious injuries. This old ghost is really scary, Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. He stopped moving and looked at the blood ancestor in the distance. At this moment, he felt the blood in his body roiling endlessly, as if his body was about to explode. The power of more than 200 powerhouses shuttled back and forth in his body. While protecting him, it also brought about great pressure. Old ghost, let's continue the battle, Du Xiaofu shouted, suppressing his thoughts and roiling blood in his heart. Chapter 29:17. Du Xiaofu glared at the blood ancestor with a fierce look in his eyes. Little bastard, you do have some skills, but if that's all you've got, then you can only die. The blood ancestor's eyes flashed as he spoke to Du Xiaofu coldly. His voice was accompanied by a sinister laugh. He hadn't suffered any injuries from the terrifying collision just now. Only his qi and blood had been shaken. It was obvious that even if the more than 200 powerhouses of the 33 heavens joined forces and used extraordinary methods to gather everyone's power, it would still be very difficult for them to truly harm him. Is that so? Then let's continue the battle. Du Xiaofu's eyes were cold as he spoke in a deep voice. He suddenly raised the broadsword in his hand and pointed it at the blood ancestor. Sword light shot out wildly. Humph. I admit that you have some skills, but I presume that you've reached your limit. You can't withstand the power of more than 200 meditative realm powerhouses. If you force it, I won't even need to do anything. You'll explode and die. The blood ancestor took a step forward in the void and instantly disappeared. As for Du Xiaofu, he felt an invisible pressure fill the air. This was the pressure naturally released by the blood ancestor. It shocked him. Even with the support of so many powerhouses, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but tense up. He knew that he couldn't let the blood ancestor get close to him. Otherwise, he would be defeated in an instant. Without any hesitation or thought, Du Xiaofu immediately flew back. The origin source of the law of space burst forth. His body flickered a few times, suddenly to the east, then to the west, avoiding the blood ancestor's pursuit. At the same time, a loud roar came from his mouth. It was like muffled thunder that shook the world. The entire 11th layer of hell was trembling. Fellow cultivators, give me another 20% of your power. Let me have a good fight with this old ghost. As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the 200-plus meditative forgetfulness experts around the 8 trigrams were stunned. They could not help but look at each other. Most of them looked grave and hesitant. You, Qing Divine Emperor, can you take it? An old man asked worriedly. He didn't inject his power immediately. Martial Uncle Du, are you sure you're all right? Lu Ing also frowned. Her face was incomparably solemn. Don't force yourself. If things don't work out, we'll leave first. After all, before we entered the 18 levels of hell, the lords of the 3,000 universes told us to focus on preserving our lives and not to fight a decisive battle here. One of the experts looked at Du Xiaofu with a solemn expression on his face as he spoke again. It's all right. I know what to do. I'll definitely be able to take it if you add another 20% of your strength. I'll leave some leeway, so don't worry, everyone. Du Xiaofu spoke as he understood. He had quite a bit of confidence in himself. Right now, he was only using his indestructible Xian body to take the brunt of the attack. If he were to add on the Azure Spirit armor, even if he were to add on 50% of the power displayed by the 200 experts just now, he was confident that he would be able to withstand it. Therefore, Du Xiaofu's plan was very simple. He would add another 20% of his strength and fight with the Blood Ancestor. Once it came to a critical moment, he would definitely resist the power of the 200-plus experts, even if he risked being devoured by the boundless power. In that case, Martial Uncle Du, be careful, Lu Jingyin shouted. He instantly reached an agreement with the experts around him. Once again, he displayed an even more terrifying power. Through the 8 trigrams in the void, it flowed into Du Xiaofu's body. At the same time, the others moved as well. They attacked in unison and started to strike out expanses of pure quintessence energy of the Grand Tao. After that, they transformed into the quintessence of the laws and entered Du Xiaofu's body. Following the infusion of this majestic power, Du Xiaofu's throat let out a violent roar. He felt as if he was about to explode. His entire body began to swell and redden, as if blood was about to drip out. All over his body, his skin began to crack and blood seeped out. This power was too strong, and it made his body feel like it was about to collapse. However, following this, Du Xiaofu felt his body become even stronger. It was as if there was an infinite amount of power in his body, and he could directly destroy the world. Qi, his body, which was shuttling through the void, suddenly stopped. He stopped and faced the Blood Ancestor. Du Xiaofu's black hair fluttered in the wind, piercing through the sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Following the infusion of this terrifying power, the purple-gold heavenly tower began to emit a terrifying buzzing sound and tremble endlessly. Waves of origin energy shot out, causing the broadsword to look like a divine sword that could split the heavens, and it released a surging and domineering might. Kill! Such a roar came from Du Xiaofu's mouth. He stepped into the air and rushed directly toward the Blood Ancestor. During this process, his body continued to crack, and it showed signs of becoming more and more intense. It didn't take long for Du Xiaofu's entire body to be covered in wounds. However, he didn't care at all. Before his immortal Xian body completely burst open, he suddenly slashed out with his sword. Qi! In an instant, a divine light moved through the sky, transforming into a giant sword that was millions of feet long. It stretched across the sky and pointed directly at the Blood Ancestor. As soon as this huge sword was formed, the surrounding space collapsed and was crushed into chaos. Kid, how can you be a match for this ancestor? Since you want to die, then this ancestor will send you on your way. Seeing Du Xiaofu stop and launch an attack, the Blood Ancestor's face darkened a little as he shouted. Although his words were still arrogant and contemptuous toward Du Xiaofu, there was a serious look in his eyes. With his keen sense of smell, the Blood Ancestor sensed a trace of danger. Although this danger wasn't fatal, it still made him take it seriously. As a powerhouse who had survived from ancient times, he absolutely couldn't fail miserably. As he spoke, the Blood Ancestor's figure disappeared again. When he reappeared, he landed not far away from Du Xiaofu. The two of them continued to fight fiercely. Du Xiaofu's sword soared through the sky, and the Blood Ancestor's blood wings flapped in the sky, sweeping through the 9 heavens. The two of them erupted into an unimaginable collision. Waves of terrifying origin energy formed one after another destructive storm, sweeping through the entire 11th level of hell. Kill! Rumble! Both the Blood Ancestor and Du Xiaofu roared. Every move they made contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. This time, Du Xiaofu's power was much stronger than before. It was actually somewhat on par with the Blood Ancestor. The Blood Ancestor was shocked by this outcome. Chapter 29:18. A terrifying battle broke out between the two of them. Du Xiaofu's entire body was enveloped in vigorous origin energy, making him look like a god of war. The broadsword, purple gold heavenly tower was in his hand, releasing a ferocious and domineering aura. When the first strike landed, it was as if the entire space was going to be destroyed. It was incomparably terrifying. The same was true for the Blood Ancestor. A terrifying, murderous aura radiated from his body. Every time he attacked, it seemed ordinary and unremarkable, but it gave Du Xiaofu a tremendous amount of pressure. Rumble! The 11th layer of hell was shaking nonstop, as if the world was about to be destroyed. The experts who were watching from afar had already retreated further away. The battle over there was too terrifying, and no one dared to rashly approach it. Otherwise, just some of the aftershocks would be enough to annihilate ordinary Immortal Realm experts. They wouldn't even be able to escape. Is this the combined strength of hundreds of Meditative Realm experts? Boss is really strong now. He's not much weaker than the Blood Ancestor. Du Xiaoyao's eyes flashed as she watched the battle. She couldn't hide the shock in her heart. Little Xingxing, Chu Daoju, Ling Feng, Long San, and the others nodded at the same time. A few high-level Immortal Realm experts were able to sense the battle between Du Xiaofu and the Blood Ancestor, even though they were far away. They couldn't help but be shocked by the battle. Just as Du Xiaoyao said, the battle between Du Xiaofu and the Blood Ancestor was extremely intense. Now that they were exchanging blows, it seemed like they were evenly matched. This benefit came from the combined strength of more than 200 Meditative Realm experts and the Blood Ancestor's heavy injuries. Otherwise, the result wouldn't be like this. If Xiaofu can withstand all the power of more than 200 Meditative Forgetfulness experts, then he'll be really formidable. Not to mention the current Blood Ancestor. Even the Blood Ancestor before he was injured twice in the Qian, Su, Jinghua heaven would be suppressed by him. Unfortunately, it's almost impossible. Chu Daoju smacked his lips and sighed. He wasn't wrong. With Du Xiaofu's cultivation, he could only withstand a small portion of the combined strength of Lu Jingyan, Long Ke, and the others. Otherwise, his body and primordial spirit wouldn't be able to withstand it, and he would explode. Otherwise, it would be much easier to deal with the Blood Ancestor. I think that if Jingyun and Xiaofu work together, they might be able to defeat the Blood Ancestor. You should know that Du Xiaofu, that kid still has a lot of tricks. Suddenly, Long San spoke. These words caused Chu Daoju, Ling Feng, Little Xingxing, Little Demon Du, and the others to raise their brows in surprise. There's no need to rush. I'm afraid we'll see the results soon. Chu Daoju said after a moment of silence. The Immortal Realm experts didn't say anything else. They all focused on the battle between Du Xiaofu and the Blood Ancestor. In the distant void, the purple-robed young man's body was constantly moving in the air. The broadsword in his hand cut through the mountains and rivers. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into chaos. On the other side, the Blood Ancestor continued to attack. His attacks were simple and unadorned, but they all blocked Du Xiaofu. The two of them fought back and forth, using one technique after another. It was incomparably terrifying, stirring up the entire space on this level. However, relatively speaking, Du Xiaofu was still at a disadvantage. He was at a disadvantage. The Blood Ancestor was simply too terrifying. Du Xiaofu himself couldn't withstand the infusion of more power. A large area of his body cracked, and fresh blood flowed down, covering his entire body. However, he didn't stop at all. He continued to fight the Blood Ancestor. Boom! Boom! Terrifying energy raged wildly, sweeping in all directions and sweeping away everything in its path. This was a collision of ultimate power. Although it couldn't be compared to a battle between immortal realm experts at their peak, it was still somewhat similar. It was extremely terrifying. Du Xiaofu and the Blood Ancestor continued to fight for a long time. As time passed, the gap between the two of them finally became very obvious. This old ghost is indeed an immortal realm expert from ancient times. Even though he's so severely injured, he's still difficult to deal with. Du Xiaofu quickly retreated, avoiding the Blood Ancestor's continuous attacks as he muttered to himself. He was filled with endless emotions. The Blood Ancestor was really too terrifying. Even with the help of more than 200 immortal realm experts, it was still difficult for him to resist. After fighting for a long time, he finally couldn't hold on any longer. If he forced himself, he was afraid that the Blood Ancestor would take advantage of his carelessness. It was very likely that he would be blown up by the Blood Ancestor's punch and die. After all, he still had vigorous but extremely violent energy in his body. If that was the case, Du Xiaofu would probably feel extremely sullen. "Little bastard, you finally know to run? How can this ancestors might be blasphemed by a little brat like you?" Seeing Du Xiaofu use the same trick again, the Blood Ancestor chased after him. At the same time, he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. This human was indeed extraordinary. The Blood Ancestor also thought highly of Du Xiaofu in his heart. However, they were enemies with each other, so there was no mercy when they attacked. Most importantly, in the Blood Ancestor's opinion, even though Du Xiaofu's methods were strange and could combine the power of more than 200 experts, he was still not his match. As long as that brat dared to fight to the end, he could definitely kill him. But obviously, Du Xiaofu wouldn't give him the chance. Everyone, increase the power by another 20%. Du Xiaofu shouted at Lu Jingyan, Lu Yuxiao, Long Ke, Long Su, and the others. All right. The 200-plus meditative experts all looked deeply at Du Xiaofu with a hint of worry in their eyes. However, no one hesitated and directly took action, instilling more power into Du Xiaofu's body along the pattern of the 8 trigrams in the void. Huff, huff, huff! After this wave of incomparably pure energy entered, Du Xiaofu's body began to tremble violently. His body swelled again, like a balloon that had been blown up, rapidly expanding, and his skin was bright red. Painful roars continuously came out from Du Xiaofu's throat. His face was ferocious, and he looked like he was in incomparable pain. The 8 trigrams continued to rotate, as if it wanted to completely explode him. Roar! Following that, a long roar sounded out, and the sound of a dragon's roar shattered the void. The painful hissing stopped and instantly disappeared. At the same time, the body of 100,000 feet long green dragon suddenly appeared in the void. On the dragon's body, every dragon scale shone with a cold light, and its muscles were knotted together, carrying with them an explosive power. With a swing of its dragon tail, the wind and clouds filled the sky, breaking through the clouds and shattering mountains and rivers. This was Du Xiaofu's azure spirit armor. When it was used, not only did it have a huge defensive power, it also stabilized the churning blood in his body. The power of many meditative experts was now much easier to bear. "Old ghost, I don't believe that I can't beat you." Du Xiaofu's roar turned into a terrifying dragon's roar, piercing through the soul and stirring up an endless storm. It spread throughout the entire 11th level of hell, and everywhere it passed, it turned into nothingness. Little bastard, no matter how many tricks you have, you can't change the outcome. To you, the only outcome is death, and that ball of chaos origin in your body will belong to me," the Blood Ancestor said in a cold and unhurried voice. A dazzling crimson light burst forth from his eyes, and a violent killing intent flashed through them. After saying this, the Blood Ancestor stepped through the void and instantly appeared in front of Du Xiaofu's azure dragon body. He gently thrust his palm forward, and it appeared to be very calm, as if it were an ordinary person's palm strike. Its speed appeared to be very slow. However, in Du Xiaofu's eyes, this was not the case. The blood ancestor's palm directly stirred up the surrounding great Tao, and the laws of nature were completely disrupted. This seemingly ordinary palm strike contained unimaginable killing intent. Die. Du Xiaofu's dragon eyes turned as he watched the blood ancestor charge toward him. His dragon body twisted wildly in the void. He lashed out with a dragon claw, which tore through the sky and instantly collided with the blood ancestor's palm. Chi! The dragon claw and the withered palm collided, producing a metallic sound and sending sparks flying in all directions. A ball of bright light exploded between the two of them, as if an entire world had exploded, and the powerful light instantly spread out. PFFF! PFFF! Under the terrifying rebounding force, the two of them were sent flying backwards. Du Xiaofu's dragon body tumbled through the void, crushing the void into a chaotic state, creating a complete mess. Cracks appeared on his body, and dragon blood splattered everywhere. The blood ancestor situation was not much better. Dazzling crimson blood flowed from his withered palm. As he retreated, a hint of shock appeared in his eyes. This little bastard is really strong. The blood ancestor murmured in disbelief. The power that Du Xiaofu had just displayed was simply too powerful, making him feel even more threatened. Even the blood ancestor didn't dare to underestimate Du Xiaofu anymore. So what if you're strong? In the end, you still can't escape from my hands. Right now, I presume that this is your ultimate strength. If this ancestor wants to kill you, it won't be that difficult. The blood ancestor's eyes became extremely cold as he stared coldly at Du Xiaofu. As a Dao carrier stage powerhouse, he naturally had even more terrifying techniques up his sleeve. At the very least, he had not revealed his true body yet. The blood ancestor believed that as long as he unleashed the infernal blood phoenix's true body, he would definitely be able to kill Du Xiaofu. Chapter 2919. Human, die for this ancestor. The blood ancestor roared, his gaze sharp and piercing like a blood arrow. His figure rushed out and flew in the direction of Du Xiaofu. Hula! In the next moment, the old body immediately transformed into the hell blood phoenix's true form and appeared in the void. As a natural-born life form, the blood ancestor's body was incomparably large. It was like a red cloud that covered half the sky. Boundless blood accompanied the hell blood phoenix, crazily spreading and sweeping like a sea of blood. It was enough to make one's scalp tingle. A terrifying, bloody, and violent aura spread out. Everywhere it passed, everything in the world turned into nothingness. Old ghost, come at me. Opposite the blood ancestor, Du Xiaofu's slender dragon body twisted the world. A terrifying and ominous light shot out from those huge dragon eyes. Seeing the blood ancestor coming for him, Du Xiaofu did not delay. He dragged the infinite dragon body and rushed over. The dragon and phoenix collided for the second time in an instant. Almost the entire 11th layer of hell was stirred up. All the remaining demons and the millions of powerhouses from the 33 heavens retreated to the edge of the battlefield. No one dared to rashly approach the battlefield. Otherwise, if they were not careful, they would end up dead. What a terrifying battle. The blood ancestor is seriously injured. Otherwise, it's hard to imagine how terrifying his true strength would be. Du Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with horror. He spied on the battle in the distance and found it difficult to calm the shock in his heart. Whether it was the blood ancestor or Du Xiaofu, the power displayed by them was far beyond his experience. Both of them were very terrifying. Du Xiaoyao felt that if he rashly went forward, even if he had 10,000 lives, he would be crushed in an instant. That kind of battle was simply not something that he could participate in. Fortunately, this is the case. Otherwise, if he was at his peak, we would have been killed by the blood ancestor long ago. How would we have a chance to fight? Chu Daoju's tone was a little calm, although there was a dignified and serious look on his face. After all, he had seen a bigger scene. Regarding the battle between Blood Ancestor and Du Xiaofu, besides being worried, he was not surprised at all. He only silently prayed that Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyan, Dragonfault, and the others could truly defeat the Blood Ancestor. They had already entered the 11th layer of Hell and were advancing to the 12th layer of Hell. They could not waste too much time in this layer of Hell. Otherwise, when the demons behind them reacted, they would encounter an extremely terrifying resistance. And there, if they wanted to forcefully push, they would face the great resistance, and even more powerhouses would fall in the 18 layers of Hell. I believe, Dad, Brother Jingyan, and the others, Jingyun and Jingyan. Little Xingxing stood, Chu Xingxing's little Xingxing. Out of everyone, she was the one who had the most confidence in this battle. And this kind of confidence was not only because of her group of powerful brothers and sisters, but also because of her father, Du Xiaofu. Over the years, little Xingxing had seen Du Xiaofu create too many miracles. In her heart, there was nothing that Du Xiaofu could not do. Even if the Blood Ancestor's cultivation was earth-shattering, he would definitely be reversed or even suppressed by her father. That's right. Let's wait and see. I believe that the victor will be decided very soon. Du Xiaoyao also nodded and spoke in such a manner. Following that, everyone stopped talking and continued to look into the distance, watching the crazy battle between Du Xiaofu and the Blood Ancestor. Roar! Gu! The terrifying dragon roar and phoenix cry interweaved, piercing through the soul and causing the primordial spirit to tremble. Every time the dragon roar and phoenix cry fell, they would see the immeasurable azure dragon's body collide with the huge hell blood phoenix's body that covered the entire sky. Chi-la! The azure dragon's claws were powerful and ferocious. Every time it attacked, it tore the sky apart. The powerful dragon tail was even more terrifying. It collided with the Blood Ancestor time and time again. The strength displayed by the Blood Ancestor at this time was several times stronger than before. The originally evenly matched situation was quickly turned around by him, and he was once again suppressing Du Xiaofu. He flapped his wings and pounced forward. His only remaining wing was like a huge blunt knife, madly slashing at Du Xiaofu's body and letting out the sound of metal clanging. His two sharp claws were like hooks, tearing open cracks in the sky and shooting out chaotic energy. Kill! Du Xiaofu roared, his eyes crimson red. He controlled the void 8 trigrams and continuously absorbed the power of more than 200 meditative elites into his body. Under the dual effects of the azure spirit armor and the immortal Shin body, Du Xiaofu felt that his strength had reached a pinnacle, and he could not bear any more power. However, the Blood Ancestor at this time was truly terrifying. His strength was incomparably terrifying, and he was suppressing him. Every time the wing and the two sharp claws fell, wounds would appear on his azure dragon body. His flesh was badly mangled. Soon, Du Xiaofu felt that he had suffered heavy injuries. No, if this continues, I still can't beat this old ghost. Du Xiaofu's brows furrowed. His heart felt heavy as he thought to himself. He had used almost all of his strength. If he still couldn't beat the Blood Ancestor, then this time he was afraid that he would be in some danger. Du Xiaofu pondered in his heart. Should he fight one more time or retreat from the 18 levels of hell first? After all, before entering this place, Senior Brother Lu Xiaoyu had said that the millions of people in the 18 levels of hell should prioritize survival. They should not fight to the death with the demon race. He frowned and continued to fight with the Blood Ancestor while deliberating his final decision. Uncle Master Du, if we really can't do it, let's retreat first. The Blood Ancestor is too strong. I underestimated him. Lu Jingyun sighed as he spoke in a certain direction of the 8 trigrams in the void. However, the current outcome was not beyond Lu Jingyun's expectations. The Blood Ancestor was incomparably powerful. If he fought with his father, Lu Xiaoyu, at his peak, the outcome would be difficult to predict. Lu Jingyan had not expected that the Blood Ancestor would still have such terrifying combat strength after suffering so many injuries. Therefore, he was a little worried and did not want to continue fighting. Otherwise, if things went wrong, they might all be injured. The most dangerous person was still Du Xiaofu. Are we really going to retreat like this? Hearing Lu Jingyun's words, Du Xiaofu furrowed his brows tightly. He did not immediately answer and was somewhat unwilling to give up. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, "Why don't we fight again? This old ghost is indeed strong, but I think we can still give it a try." As Du Xiaofu spoke, his dragon eyes swiveled and swept across the many experts who were scattered in all directions. "Uncle Master Du, if we really can't do it, let's retreat. Don't force it. That mixed-haired old bird is not easy to deal with. We haven't met a truly powerful devil yet. We can't lose too many experts because of him." Long Fault also felt heavy as he advised Du Xiaofu. His words caused many experts to nod in agreement. They had only advanced to the 11th layer of hell. The strongest devils they had met so far were only a few in the meditative realm. As for the most terrifying devils, the Devil Ancestor, the 2 devil attendants, and several devil generals, none of them had appeared yet. If a decisive battle were to occur here now, many experts of the 33 heavens would die because of the Blood Ancestor. No matter how they looked at it, it would not be worth it. That's right. Yu Qing Divine Emperor, we still have a chance. There's no need to sacrifice too much for that old ghost. This old man feels that with the Divine Emperor's cultivation, it won't be long before we can fight that old ghost and suppress him. There's no need to rush. A 3rd stage meditative realm expert of the 33 heavens said, "Exactly. The Divine Emperor's talent is extraordinary. It won't be difficult for him to surpass that old ghost." When the other experts heard this, they all nodded in agreement. Everyone had some understanding of Du Xiaofu and knew many of his deeds. They also believed that Du Xiaofu would be able to surpass the Blood Ancestor's strength in a short period of time. Although he might not be able to reach the realm of enlightenment, it would not be difficult for him to surpass the Blood Ancestor's current strength. At that time, if he were to fight the Blood Ancestor again, he would have a great advantage. This old ghost! Du Xiaofu listened to what everyone was saying, but he couldn't help but look at the Blood Ancestor with a frown on his face. He still wasn't willing to give up. If he couldn't defeat the Blood Ancestor with the help of so many experts, then it wouldn't be easy to kill him in the future. One had to know that his strength would continue to grow. But during this period, the Blood Ancestor would also gradually recover. Once the Blood Ancestor recovered to his peak, there would be another difficult enemy to deal with. The best outcome would be to kill the Blood Ancestor here. Of course, Du Xiaofu knew that this would be difficult. As he dealt with the Blood Ancestor's endless attacks, he struggled in his heart. He didn't know what to do. "I still want to try." After a long while, Du Xiaofu suddenly looked up and said. When Lu Jingyun and the others heard this, they fell silent for a moment. "Uncle Master Du, do you have any other ideas? If you continue to receive power from us, you won't be able to withstand it." Longshu said worriedly as he looked at Du Xiaofu with a serious expression. "That's right. We don't need to take the risk for the Blood Ancestor. There are many real enemies." An expert from the 33 heavens also spoke up to dissuade Du Xiaofu. Everyone spoke out one after another. They didn't want Du Xiaofu to continue fighting. This was a very big challenge for him. If he forced himself to continue, it was very likely that he would suffer irreversible injuries and even shake his foundation. "No, I still have an idea. If I don't try it, how can I be willing to leave?" Du Xiaofu shook his head and said this. Indeed, he still had some tricks he hadn't used. However, he wasn't sure if they would work, which was why he hesitated. "Since Uncle Master Du still has an idea, let's fight again." Lu Jingyan raised his eyebrows slightly and shot a look at the experts around him. "Ha ha ha. All right. I admire the Yu Qing Divine Emperor's unyielding attitude. I will help you fight the Blood Ancestor again. An old man with white hair and beard suddenly laughed loudly. His aged laughter reverberated through the void as he looked at Du Xiaofu with eyes filled with endless admiration. "All right, how does the Yu Qing Divine Emperor want us to cooperate? Please tell us directly." Another expert spoke up. Many people looked at Du Xiaofu's appearance, and their bodies were filled with an inextinguishable fighting spirit. They didn't want to retreat. They were just afraid of the blood ancestors' terrifying power. They didn't want to make unnecessary sacrifices here. That was why they wanted to retreat. Now that they saw Du Xiaofu's high spirits, many experts were affected. Their goal in entering the 18 levels of hell was to find out the true strength of the demon race. At the same time, they wanted to kill a large number of the demon race's experts and reduce the 33 heavens losses in the final battle. However, with the appearance of the blood ancestor, their footsteps stopped. If they didn't get rid of him, they wouldn't be able to go any deeper into the 18 levels of hell. Up until now, they had yet to meet a true demon. If they were to retreat now, no one would be willing. I have a way to absorb more power. However, in the process, not only myself, but all of you will have to bear a certain amount of risk. So everyone must be careful. Victory or defeat, success or failure, will all depend on this. Du Xiaofu's dragon body twisted as he spoke in a low voice. After that, he shared his thoughts with everyone and once again laid out a new round of plans. Following Du Xiaofu's explanation, everyone finally understood Du Xiaofu's plan. This brat wants to use the uniqueness of the Void Path realm to combine everyone's power and fight the blood ancestor. This idea is too bold. If he succeeds, he will definitely defeat the blood ancestor. If he fails, the consequences will be unimaginable. An expert said with a serious expression. He felt that Du Xiaofu was crazy. That brat had reached the Void Path realm with the power of the 4 primordial laws. The reason he was able to break through was because he had successfully fused the 4 primordial laws together. Therefore, Du Xiaofu's plan was to combine the power of more than 200 meditative powerhouses and use the fusion of the 4 primordial laws to fight the blood ancestor. After hearing his words, everyone instantly knew that this method was absolutely crazy. As long as the blood ancestor couldn't use too much power, they would definitely be able to suppress him. No matter. Since we have a chance to defeat the blood ancestor, what are we hesitating for? If we can really suppress him, it's worth taking some risks. An expert said in a low voice. Since entering the 18 levels of hell, the blood ancestor was the strongest enemy they had encountered. If they couldn't even pass this hurdle, how could they fight the powerful demons? At this moment, everyone's fighting spirit was aroused. At the same time, they released tyrannical power and continued to pour it into Du Xiaofu's body. Chapter 29:20. At the same time, Du Xiaofu also made a new move. As he fought with the blood ancestor, he slowly closed his eyes. The power of every meditative oblivion elite was mobilized by him. It was boundless and extremely terrifying. At this point, even under the dual effects of his indestructible Xin body and azure spirit armor, Du Xiaofu's body still began to crack. Blood flowed continuously and spilled into the void. Then it was crushed into nothingness by the majestic power. For primordial laws of nature, gather! Du Xiaofu's dragon body danced in the air as he shouted loudly. Walala! Boundless power was like a whirlpool that kept churning. The power of more than 200 meditative oblivion elites was divided into 4 different types, each belonging to the 4 primordial laws of nature. And with Du Xiaofu's mobilization, these powers began to blend further, intertwining with each other and then becoming one. Different colors seeped into each other. This was a process of merging the 4 primordial laws of nature. Du Xiaofu had already experienced it once, when he was at the peak of the late-stage true severing stage. He had used this method to break through to the virtual path realm. Now he was just going through it again. The only difference was that the power he could mobilize this time was countless times stronger than before. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Outside Du Xiaofu's azure dragon body, the terrifying 8 trigrams circled there and suddenly expanded outwards, encompassing an area of millions of miles. It was like a divine wheel of destruction that replaced the position of the heavens, bringing with it a terrifying pressure. And soon, the 8 trigrams began to spin wildly, turning into a blurry light that shot straight into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying friction occurred between the origin of laws, and a thunderous sound spread out, shaking the world. Along with it came the boundless power of the Great Path, exuding an incomparably terrifying power. "Old ghost, get out of my way!" Du Xiaofu roared. His dragon tail swung through the air and fiercely collided with the Blood Ancestor's wings, sending the other party thousands of miles away. At the same time, he borrowed the force of the recoil to quickly retreat into the distance. His dragon tail instantly exploded after colliding with the Blood Ancestor's attack. His flesh and blood flew everywhere. However, Du Xiaofu had to do this. Only by temporarily breaking away from the Blood Ancestor's attack could he buy enough time to combine all the power he currently possessed. For primordial laws condense. After retreating far away, Du Xiaofu shouted again. After that, the 8 trigrams diagram above his head spun even faster, turning into a blurry light. The 8 positions of Qian, Kun, Zhen, Sun, Ken Li, Zhen, and Dui constantly changed and intersected with each other. Even the power of his primordial spirit couldn't detect the exact trajectory. Among them, Lu Jingyan, Lu Yushao, Long Ke, Long Su, and the other 200-plus meditative forgetfulness experts from the 33 heavens were also revolving along with the 8 trigrams. To these people, such a terrifying speed was nothing difficult. However, something that shocked them happened very quickly. I feel that the power in my body is constantly flowing away. It's not under my control at all. It's the same for me. This 8 trigrams diagram is emitting a devouring power that's desperately tearing at my power. What a terrifying method. How did Du Xiaofu do it? I've heard of this scene before. It seems that when that kid broke through to the virtual path realm in the Divine Devil battlefield, he had this kind of power. It's really terrifying. Does this kid want to take away all the power in our bodies? Many experts opened their mouths to speak, all of them filled with shock. At this moment, everyone felt that there was an invisible, fierce power that was constantly tearing at their bodies, as if it wanted to rob them of all the power in their bodies. And this was the truth. The power that was being pulled out all followed the rotation of the 8 trigrams diagram and entered Du Xiaofu's position, being mobilized by him. This kind of situation caused everyone to feel aghast. They could not believe that a young man like Du Xiaofu could do this. It was completely beyond their imagination. One had to know that there were more than 200 meditative realm cultivators. Even if each of them only used 10% of their strength, it would still be enough to make Du Xiaofu suffer a great deal when added together. Fortunately, Du Xiaofu only used this power and did not directly devour it. What he really needed to resist was only a small part of it. Otherwise, in an instant, his body would explode and he would die. Even so, there were still people who could not help but worry. They looked at Du Xiaofu with deep worry. It's fine to rob us of our power. As long as we are not severely injured, we can recover quickly. What I'm worried about is, can the Yu Qing Divine Emperor really withstand such a vast amount of power? An elder in the Thoid meditative realm from the 33 heavens said. When the others heard this, they all nodded in agreement. This was what they were worried about. Du Xiaofu's power was there for all to see. After all, he was only a level 2 virtual path cultivator. His true power might be able to fight against a second meditative realm cultivator, but under the current circumstances, it was not enough. Therefore, everyone was a little nervous, not knowing what to do. They did not dare to control the power in their bodies. If they were not careful and obstructed Du Xiaofu's plan, it could lead to unimaginable consequences and cause harm to the purple-robed young man. I believe that Masters Junior Du is confident. Let's pour in all our power. Let him take as much as he needs. At this time, Lu Jingyan spoke. Although he was as worried as everyone else, he still had great confidence in Du Xiaofu. That's the only way. The rest of the strong cultivators sighed and said. Then everyone stopped thinking about it and poured all their power into their bodies. However, they did not force it into the 8 trigrams diagram. No matter how much power Du Xiaofu needed, he could just direct it to him and use it for himself. And the result of this was quickly apparent. As time passed, Du Xiaofu's entire body was wrapped in a thick cocoon of light, releasing a mysterious light. The strong cultivators of the 33 heavens also felt different. They all felt that the power in their bodies was out of control. Some of the first meditative realm cultivators even felt dizzy. Under Du Xiaofu's control, these people were all affected by a mysterious power. It was as if they were being guided by the power of the great Tao. They wanted to return to their original state and become the purest form of energy. Chapter 29-21. The Yu Qing Divine Emperor's methods are too terrifying. If his strength had reached the 3rd level of the void path, killing us would be as easy as crushing a chicken or a pottery dog. An expert said in fear. He was shocked by Du Xiaofu's methods. In the beginning, they thought they still had the ability to escape. However, in order to cooperate with Du Xiaofu, they didn't control their power. Now, however, everything was out of their control. Everyone's hearts were heavy. No wonder that guy said that this method was very risky. It's not just for him, it's also for us. Now it seems like it's true. An elder sighed. As he released the power in his body, he also tried his best to maintain his body and avoid being harmed. Let's hope we can suppress the blood ancestor this time, Long Su said. Then, everyone stopped talking and focused all their attention on Du Xiaofu. Buzz, buzz, buzz! At this moment, Du Xiaofu's entire body was enveloped by an infinite amount of light. The origin of laws and the origin of the great Tao surged, creating huge waves that swept across the sky. The terrifying power crushed everything and destroyed everything in its path. Everywhere it passed, the void turned into chaos. Opposite him, the blood ancestor was also pushed back by this terrifying power. It was difficult for him to get close to Du Xiaofu. His eyes were filled with shock as he watched the scene unfold before him. His ferocious and ruthless face was filled with shock. This little bastard can actually do this. If it weren't for the fact that my power was greatly reduced, you wouldn't be so arrogant. The blood ancestor murmured as he looked at Du Xiaofu with eyes filled with unconcealable hatred. Only at this moment did he truly feel threatened because Du Xiaofu's methods were truly terrifying to him. If the blood ancestor hadn't been repeatedly injured by Lu Xiaoyu in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven after being suppressed by the original phoenix for countless years, he wouldn't have fought with Du Xiaofu for such a long time. But all of this had been predestined. Even though he was the blood ancestor, there was nothing he could do to change anything. He could only think of a way to deal with Du Xiaofu's methods. The blood ancestor knew very well that if he made a mistake this time, he might really be in great danger. He didn't dare to let his guard down in the slightest, lest he fail miserably. Human brat, do you really think this ancestor can't do anything to you? The blood ancestor gritted his teeth as he stared at Du Xiaofu. His hell blood phoenix body suddenly spread out, and the only remaining wing turned into a giant saber. It slashed down, and a sharp aura shot out. In this slash, a bloody light soared into the sky, and a violent, murderous aura surged. It was all-pervasive, and it directly pierced through the light cocoon around Du Xiaofu's body. Although the blood ancestor was heavily injured by him, he still had the body of a Tao carrier. Therefore, in this attack, there was a terrifying force shuttling back and forth. This was his own Tao, and it instantly affected the order of the space around Du Xiaofu. Chi, the boundless power, was torn apart by streaks of bloody light and gradually disintegrated, revealing Du Xiaofu's azure, dragon body. Roar! Du Xiaofu's body seemed to have been hit by a sharp arrow, and an earth-shattering dragon roar came from his throat. His dragon eyes turned and looked at the blood ancestor, who was about to kill him with a murderous intent. "Old man, come and have a taste of my attack!" Du Xiaofu shouted. His dragon body danced wildly, twisting the heaven and earth and stirring up the sky. Every move he made would shatter the void and turn it into chaos. This scene was simply too terrifying. When one had the power of a god, it was like the might of a demon god looking down on the world. Origin, murdering sky, sword, kill. These words came out of Du Xiaofu's mouth, accompanied by a dragon's roar, and rose into the air, setting off a terrifying, world-destroying storm that crazily surged out. Then there was a kung sound, as if a peerless divine sword had been unsheathed, and it was like the sound of a dragon, directly penetrating the soul. In the distance of the 11th level, whether it was the countless remaining demons or the millions of powerhouses from the 33 heavens, they all felt their souls tremble because of this sword cry. The sword cry pierced the soul, and the killing intent was peerless, and it was incomparably fierce. Many demons below the true severing realm, just by hearing this sound, were instantly killed, and their primordial spirits collapsed, dying a violent death. What a frightening sword! Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, Chu Daoju, Ling Feng, Long San, and the millions of people from the 33 heavens were all shocked by the scene. Everyone couldn't help but retreat in panic, wanting to retreat even further. The power that Du Xiaofu displayed at this time far exceeded the understanding of many people. Even Chu Daoju, Long San, Ling Feng, and many others from the 3,000 boundless worlds were deeply shocked. Many of them had seen Lu Xiaoyao's attack before, but they had never experienced such a huge scene. In this aspect, Du Xiaofu was indeed terrifying at this time. The power that he grasped was unmatched, and the origin murdering sky sword was a method that very few people had ever comprehended. But on the other hand, it also showed that Du Xiaofu's strength was still not strong enough, and he was unable to grasp the power in detail. There were aftershocks that burst out, resulting in this result. This sword, I'm afraid that even if the blood ancestor received it, he would also be injured. Ling Feng's throat unconsciously moved a few times as he murmured. He raised his eyes and looked into the distance, his whole person falling into a stupefied state. "Boss, you can do it." Du Xiaoyao clenched her fists tightly and said in a deep voice. Everyone was paying attention to the battle over there. Under the gaze of Chu Daoju, Little Xingxing, and a few other high-level immortal experts, Du Xiaofu's sword directly rose into the sky. A sword light that penetrated the heavens, and the earth rose into the sky like a heavenly pillar. It was so bright and dazzling that it made people unable to open their eyes. The terrifying power of the laws of origin swirled and swirled, and the power of the great path was everywhere. Compared to the origin murdering sky sword that Du Xiaofu used in the past, this was many times more powerful. What followed was a terrifying pressure that covered the sky and the earth, making people's scalps tingle. Those with weaker cultivations felt their legs go soft and wanted to crawl under the sword light. "Kill!" As Du Xiaofu shouted in a deep voice, the huge sword light began to move and slash towards the blood ancestor. Boom! Boom! When the sword fell, it was as if a heavenly pillar had suddenly collapsed, causing the entire 11th layer of hell to tremble violently. It was as if thousands of mountains had collapsed and thousands of waves roared as if the end of the world had arrived. "Little bastard, go to hell!" The face of the blood ancestor's hell-blood phoenix was even more ferocious than before. Du Xiaofu's sword moved his eyes, and he attacked without holding back. The blood ancestor's single wing slashed down, covering half of the sky. It was like a heaven-dominating divine sword that could split the heavens and the earth, and it was ferocious and impressive. The blood-red sword light's attack was also extremely terrifying. The violent killing intent spread wildly and swept through the 9 heavens. The smell of blood permeated everything, corroding the heavens and the earth, creating black holes in which chaos was tumbling. The bodies of the people in the distance were all stained with a blood-red light because of this, and their minds were also affected. It was such a strike that brazenly collided with Du Xiaofu's quintessence sky, splitter sword. Buzz. When the two collided, there was no large-scale explosion. Instead, there was only a faint buzzing sound. However, everyone knew that this was just an illusion. This was because, at this moment, the senses of countless powerhouses had been violently impacted, and they had lost their senses. Chu Daoju, Ling Feng, Long San, Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, and the many powerhouses of the 33 heavens were all unable to see, unable to hear, and unable to see. Their 5 senses were all gone, and the power of their primordial spirits had been destroyed. Their minds were buzzing. They had also lost their senses of the battle between Du Xiaofu and the Blood Ancestor. It was not until a long time later that everyone gradually recovered. They shook their heads and expelled the dizziness from their minds. Once again, they opened their eyes and released the power of their primordial spirits to spy on Du Xiaofu. However, just as they released their strength, a powerful and domineering wave of qi suddenly rushed towards them. It was like the Yangtze River, and turbid waves were rolling over. It looked like it was about to hit them. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Chu Daoju shouted in panic. Without thinking, he waved his sleeves and rolled up a large number of figures to quickly escape. This power is terrifying. Run quickly! The other powerhouses also reacted quickly. Like Chu Daoju, they wrapped up many powerhouses of the 33 heavens, broke through the void, and quickly escaped into the distance. Fortunately, Chu Daoju had awakened in time. In addition, those with weaker cultivations were far away. Many people had already begun to escape into the distance, running deeper into the 11th layer of hell. No one dared to stay here. The surging wave was terrifying, and the aura was fierce. Just by being far away, one could feel the incomparable danger. It was easy to imagine how many people would die here if they were to forcefully endure this wave of impact without dodging. Everyone fled in panic, not daring to look back. They only wanted to escape as far as possible. During this period, the battle between Du Xiaofu and the Blood Ancestor had a clear result. Amidst the boundless energy storm, the majestic azure dragon's body continued to tumble about. The sharp wind blades cut into the azure dragon's body, leaving behind terrifying wounds that were deep enough to reach the bone. Blood sprayed everywhere. What was even more terrifying was that the dragon's tail and one of the dragon's claws were directly cut off, turning into powder and exploding in the void. Du Xiaofu's body was covered with wounds. His skin and flesh were twisted, looking terrifying. He had already fainted and was unconscious. Around him, the 8 trigrams in the void had already collapsed. Lu Jingyun, Lu Yuxiao, Long Ke, Long Su, and more than 200 meditative elites were all thrown away. These people barely made it to Du Xiaofu's side in such a terrifying storm. Everyone worked together and tried to bring him away with difficulty. Ao, Ao, Ao. In another place in the terrifying storm, the Blood Ancestor situation was not optimistic either. His other wing had also turned into nothingness. He looked like a blood-colored rooster that had a pair of wings plucked out, rolling in the storm. A shrill cry came from the Blood Ancestor's mouth. Immense pain entangled him, causing his body to be like a withered blade of grass in the midst of a violent storm, being ruthlessly trampled and destroyed. Rumble, the attack between Du Xiaofu and the Blood Ancestor, had an incomparably terrifying effect. Terrifying tremors came one after another, like muffled thunder echoing throughout the sky. After an unknown period of time, the boundless storm energy began to gradually recede, slowly disappearing into nothingness. Everyone's figures were also revealed in the void. How is the Yu Qing Divine Emperor? Is he all right? A second meditative realm elite from the 33 heavens came to the side of Lu Jingyun and asked anxiously. At this time, Du Xiaofu's azure dragon body had already disappeared, and he had returned to his human form. Supported by Long Kei and Long Su, his eyes were tightly shut, and he still had not recovered. Uncle Du is fine. It's just that he had used too much power earlier and was greatly affected. His physical body and primordial spirit are under unimaginable pressure, and his own strength has been depleted. Fortunately, he has the immortal Shin body and the azure spirit armor, these two terrifying techniques. In addition, he himself is extraordinary, far surpassing ordinary people. Therefore, at this time he has only fainted. It may take some time for him to recover, but his life is not in danger. Lu Jingyun said as he checked on Du Xiaofu's condition, exhaled and said, These words also caused everyone to feel relieved in their hearts, and the worry in their hearts slowly receded. Du Xiaofu's current appearance was very miserable. His entire body was soaked in blood, and one of his legs was broken. However, what was surprising was that the broken leg was gradually growing back. The dozen or so elites from the 3,000 boundless worlds knew that this was the effect of the immortal Shen body. As long as Du Xiaofu was not truly dead, no matter how heavy his injuries were, his physical body would recover on its own. How are everyone's injuries? Did anyone die? A powerhouse at the first level of meditative oblivion realm spoke as he scanned his surroundings. In the previous terrifying collision, although they had the protection of Du Xiaofu's 8 trigrams and did not have to face the Blood Ancestors' direct attack, the residual power produced was enough to make these elites, even if they were at their peak, suffer greatly. Therefore, what everyone was most concerned about now was the situation of the elites. This battle was a rare meditative realm elite from the 33 heavens. If any one of them died, it would be a great loss. No one died, but there are dozens of elites who are seriously injured. After a short observation, Lu Jingyun and the others breathed a sigh of relief. This result made them feel extremely gratified. The dozens of elites who were seriously injured were all at the meditative realm elite. As long as they did not die, it would not be difficult to bring them back to the 33 heavens and return to their peak. After this battle with the Blood Ancestor, perhaps some of them would be able to comprehend something special and even improve their cultivation. After the battle with the Blood Ancestor, dozens of elites in the meditative realm were injured. There are only about 100 of them left. They won't be able to fight in the 18 levels of hell, so the situation we will face will only get worse. Someone said in a deep voice with a frown, With these elites in the meditative realm, the elites had been able to push their way to the 11th level of hell and face the Blood Ancestor head-on. Now, however, they had lost a lot of elites, which was a bad thing. It would be even more difficult to break into the depths of the 18 levels of hell. I wonder how the Blood Ancestor is doing. Lu Jingyun suddenly said, pulling everyone's thoughts back to reality. Du Xiaofu had fought the Blood Ancestor with all his strength. As the elites who supported the 8 trigrams, they could naturally see how intense the battle was. They could imagine that even if the Blood Ancestor was not dead, his current condition would not be much better than Du Xiaofu's. In other words, as long as the elites took action, they would definitely be able to take him down, find that old ghost, and kill him. A elite said in a gloomy voice. Their eyes were like lightning as they began to look around, trying to find traces of the Blood Ancestor. Don't let him escape. Lu Jingyun said coldly. His eyes shot out an intense light that pierced through the void like 2 sharp swords. He waved his hand and pulled the dozens of elites in the meditative realm to his side, sending them into an independent space. This space was similar to Du Xiaofu's ancient desolate space. Swoosh! Long fault rose into the air, and a powerful force came crashing down, suppressing the remaining energy that was still rolling in the surroundings. Heaven and earth returned to a clear state, and nothing could hide. Old ghost, where do you think you're going? Lu Yuxiao suddenly shouted. Her exquisite body instantly rushed out and chased in a certain direction. The other elites also moved at the same time. Each of them used all their strength and moved at full speed. In their line of sight, an old figure was fleeing in panic in the distance. This old figure had lost both his arms, and his aura was extremely weak. Who else could this person be other than the overbearing and murderous blood ancestor? Kill! We can't let him escape. Cries rang out from all around. The remaining 100+ meditative forgetfulness powerhouses of the 33 heavens unleashed all of their abilities to chase after the blood ancestor. Everyone's nerves were stretched taut, and they did not slow down in the slightest. As long as they caught up to the old ghost, they would have a great chance of killing him in his current state. Little bastards, this ancestor is not someone you can kill. In the distance, the fleeing blood ancestor broke through space again and again, not daring to look back. The murderous light in his eyes had already faded, and he no longer had the high and mighty attitude that he always had. One day, this ancestor will make you pay a price 1,000,000 times, 1,000,000 times. Only then will I be able to appease the hatred in my heart. The blood ancestor had lost both his arms, and his legs constantly broke through space. As he fled, he cursed. If it weren't for the fact that his strength had been greatly reduced, he would have turned around and fought again. Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyan, Lu Yuxiao, Lu Ying, Long Fo, Long Su, the blood ancestor remembered each and every one of them. One day, he would make them pay for what they had done today. Chapter 29-22. You should focus on saving your life first. Whether or not you can escape from our hands is still another matter. Hearing the blood ancestor's words, Lu Jingyan could not help but sneer as he replied. The other experts of the 33 heavens also had cold expressions on their faces as they sneered. They naturally understood what the blood ancestor was thinking. As a powerhouse who had been infamous since ancient times and possessed a body that carried the Tao, he had walked down his own path of the great Tao and escaped the shackles of the 33 heavens. Just how transcendent was he? Normally speaking, an expert who carried the Tao was an existence that stood above all living beings and looked down on everything. However, in recent years, ever since he escaped the suppression of the primordial phoenix, the blood ancestor first encountered Lu Xiaoyu and was injured by him. He even had one of his wings broken, which was extremely serious, and his strength was greatly reduced. Today, in the 11th level of hell, he had fallen at the hands of a group of weak creatures. The injuries he suffered were even worse than back then. The blood ancestor could not accept such an outcome, and his heart was filled with hatred. His hatred for Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyan, Long Ke, and the others was even greater than his hatred for Lu Xiaoyu. This was a humiliation that was enough to make him the laughingstock of all living beings. How could the blood ancestor not feel his teeth itching? Sharp-tongued brat, not only you, but even your father won't be able to escape the attack of the Devil Clan. Just wait to be beheaded. Lu Jingyun's words caused the blood ancestor to become even more furious. He turned his head and roared loudly, his eyes shooting out a sharp light like a knife. His hatred was monstrous, but he could not do anything to the group of weak creatures behind him. Right now, if he did not escape quickly, he would really be in great danger. A powerhouse who carried the Tao has actually become a stray dog. If I were a member of the Devil Clan, I would feel ashamed to be associated with you. Long Su also smirked as he chased after him and mocked. This old thing probably used up all his luck in the ancient era and walked out of the burial void mountain of the Incheon Wu Dao heaven specifically to give us weak creatures a beating. Long Ke did not hold back at all and directly mocked him like this. Mongrel old bird, if you have the guts, let's continue the fight. Let's see how we'll suppress you. Pluck out all your feathers and use your flesh to make a pot of chicken soup. An old man from the 33 heavens had a chuckle on his face as he chased along with the others. At the same time, he also spoke some mocking words. "Old ghost, don't run if you have the guts. Aren't we all ants in your eyes? Come and fight me. Seeing that both your arms are broken, we will naturally go easy on you. Come on, old bird. Do you only know how to run like a dog?" The remaining 100+ meditative forgetfulness powerhouses of the 33 heavens began to hurl insults at the blood ancestor. Each and every word aimed at the blood ancestor's pain. The old man who was fleeing for his life had a gloomy expression on his face. He no longer spoke and only focused on running for his life. He knew that these people's goal was to provoke him with their words. They wanted to infuriate him so that he would stop and continue fighting. The blood ancestor was someone who had lived for countless years. Naturally, he would not easily believe the nonsense that these people said. That was an insult to his intelligence. However, knowing was one thing. Every word from those people was like a sharp knife that stabbed into his heart, making the blood ancestor feel pain and hatred. Ever since the beginning of the world and the birth of a pre-celestial life form like him, the blood ancestor had never suffered such humiliation. It made him want to go crazy. However, anger was anger. Reason told him that he absolutely could not stay. Otherwise, he would be in danger. Old ghost, don't run. More than 100 people from the 33 heavens chased after him with all their might. They wanted to block the blood ancestor's path and stop him. However, the old ghost's foundation was too deep. Even though he was severely injured, he was still running very fast. Coupled with the characteristics of his Hellblood Phoenix, his speed was extremely terrifying. He was gradually getting rid of everyone. Everyone chased closely behind the blood ancestor, but they were unable to touch him. This old ghost doesn't seem to be purely trying to escape. Otherwise, he would have been able to enter the 10th level of hell above the 11th level of hell. An expert beside Lu Jingyun and the others frowned and said, "He's leading us around in circles. It seems like he wants to go around to the entrance of the 12th level of hell and enter even deeper." Someone next to him said, clearly understanding the blood ancestor's intentions. Just as he said, the blood ancestor was quickly moving through the 11th level of hell. However, even if he did not enter the 10th level of hell, he could not find a place to hide. Unknowingly, the old ghost was moving closer and closer to the entrance of the 12th level of hell. It seemed that he wanted to enter the 12th level of hell, or even deeper. That's right, the blood ancestor is not a fool. If he goes to the 10th level of hell, we will definitely chase him all the way there. If he escapes to the top, he will enter the divine demon battle realm. If he really reaches that step, it will be the greatest disadvantage for him. Therefore, if he wants to live, the best place for him to go is the 12th level of hell, or even deeper. There, he will be able to obtain the protection of the powerful demon race. He will also be able to obtain a certain amount of resources to recover his cultivation. Lu Jingyun nodded and said. When everyone heard this, they all nodded in agreement. Above the 11th level of hell, the several million of them had swept their way through. If the blood ancestor were to go up, once he broke into the ranks of the 33 heavens, it would be tantamount to walking into a trap. With the strength he had left, it was simply not enough to protect himself from the siege of the 33 heavens powerhouses. And if he were to enter the 12th level of hell, or even deeper, the footsteps of these several million people would inevitably be obstructed by the demon race. For the blood ancestor, this was a rare opportunity to escape. Once there, if he were to encounter more powerful demons, the blood ancestor could borrow the strength of these demons and continue to heal his wounds. Moreover, with countless demon powerhouses moving out, he might even have the opportunity to witness the miserable deaths of so many powerhouses of the 33 heavens. We absolutely cannot allow him to escape into the 12th level of hell. Otherwise, with that old ghost here, our movements will quickly be discovered by the demon race. At that time, if we want to forcefully push forward, it will be incomparably difficult. A powerhouse said with a solemn expression. Along the way, the group had simply been unstoppable. The demon race had not been able to form any effective resistance at all. This was thanks to the isolation between the 18 levels of hell, making it difficult for news to spread. If the blood ancestor were to successfully escape and enter the 12th level of hell, the demon race would be prepared. What they would have to face next would be an unimaginably tough battle. The demon ancestor, the 2 demon attendants, and several demon generals were all terrifying overlords. Among them, the demon ancestor had undoubtedly recovered to the Tao-bearing realm. If he wanted to trample on them, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. At that time, many of the several million people on their side would fall and be buried in the 18 levels of hell. Therefore, such a scene was not something the powerhouses of the 33 heavens were willing to see. However, Lu Jingyun's words were like a bucket of cold water that had been poured over everyone's heads while they were deep in thought. His voice was solemn as he said, "I'm afraid our whereabouts have already been discovered by the demon race. Whether others know or not is impossible to predict, but for the demon ancestor, he must have already seen through everything." There was not much emotion in his words, as if this matter was within his expectations. Hearing this, the more than 100 meditative experts of the 33 heavens felt their hearts turn cold. However, no one was surprised. After thinking about it for a moment, they found it to be reasonable. Who was the demon ancestor? He was a fiend god who had walked out of the primal chaos and opened up the 18 levels of hell. He had fought against Pangu, Exalted Celestial, and other powerhouses, and caused Pangu World and Exalted Heaven to be covered in blood. There was no doubt about his strength. It was naturally not difficult for him to see through the movements of several million people. Being discovered by the demon ancestor is one thing, but I'm afraid the demon race will start to think of ways to deal with us. If that's the case, not to mention chasing after the blood ancestor, even advancing deeper into the 18 levels of hell will be incomparably difficult," said a meditative expert of the human race, his heart filled with worry. "Let's hope the demon race slows down a little. At the very least, they'll let us smoothly reach the 14th or 15th level of hell. Even if it becomes difficult to deal with the demon race at that time, for us, this trip can be considered a considerable harvest." An expert furrowed his brows and lamented. They didn't enter the 18 levels of hell to annihilate the demon race, but to investigate the specific situation here. At the same time, they also wanted to deal with a large number of demons to reduce the pressure in the future battle. As long as they could push through and even meet the demon ancestor, then their trip would be an absolute success. During this process, countless demons would definitely die at the hands of the 33 heavens experts. However, if they encountered a large-scale resistance from the demon race too early, then this goal would be very difficult to achieve. Let's not think so much for now. Let's hurry and chase. That old ghost has already escaped to the entrance of the 12th level of hell. Longfault's eyes narrowed as he looked at the blood ancestor in the distance and said, Everyone didn't delay and continued to pursue with all their might. More than 23rd level meditative experts followed closely behind the blood ancestor, so as to avoid being shaken off. As for the others, they rushed towards Chu Dao Ju, Ling Feng, Long San, Little Xing Xing, Du Xiaoyao, and the other millions of immortal realm experts of the 33 heavens. Then they led everyone towards the entrance of the 12th level of hell. A strange scene appeared in this space. A ruthless old man who had lost both his arms was fleeing in front, and behind him were more than 20 experts who were chasing after him nonstop. Even further behind, millions of people were majestically advancing like a fierce army. Everyone's goal was to rush towards the direction of a broken seal. It didn't take long for the blood ancestor to plunge headfirst into the terrifying hellfire. This old ghost, truly a centipede that dies but never falls down. Lu Jingyun and the others felt helpless as they gave chase with all their might. Soon, they also rushed into the raging flames that led to the 12th level of hell. Immediately after, the millions of experts of the 33 heavens arrived. under the protection of many meditative realm experts. They threw themselves into the flames and were all enveloped by the terrifying flames. Huff, huff, huff! The boundless flames burned fiercely, and they were so hot that they could burn through one's body and soul. This time, no one thought about tempering their bodies. They all moved with all their might and pushed forward. HM, the Yu Qing Divine Emperor, has awakened. Under the guidance of an expert, Du Xiaofu finally woke up slowly and opened his eyes. Xiaofu, how are you? Boss, how are you? Dad, you're awake. In an instant, Chu Dao Ju, Ling Feng, Long San, Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, and the others all gathered around. At this time, Du Xiaofu's injuries had all healed. His body was undamaged, as if it had not been damaged at all. It was simply perfect. However, his aura was still very weak. The battle had consumed a lot of energy, and it was difficult for him to fully recover in a short period of time. Fortunately, Lu Jingyun had fed him a precious medicine, which allowed him to wake up in such a short period of time. How's the blood ancestor? Have we caught him? After Du Xiaofu woke up, he shook his head fiercely and broke free from the expert's arm that was supporting him. He immediately asked such a question. He was most concerned about the blood ancestor's situation. After spending a lot of effort, he naturally hoped that the blood ancestor had been killed by him. However, Du Xiaofu knew very well that the chances of that happening were very slim. The blood ancestor has escaped. Brother Jingyun and the others are chasing after him. Little Xingxing immediately reported the situation to Du Xiaofu. At the same time, he took out a precious medicine and handed it to his father. He escaped? Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and reached out a hand to push back the treasured medicine that Little Star handed over. He did not feel disappointed. Instead, he felt happy. The blood ancestor's escape could only mean one thing, and that was that his current situation was very bad. Otherwise, he would not have fled in fear when facing Lu Jingyun and the others. The blood ancestor is too strong. I'm afraid it won't be easy to kill him. We are currently heading towards the 12th layer of hell. If we can't catch up to him, we can only temporarily ignore him. A powerhouse at the second level of the meditative realm said to Du Xiaofu. This was an old man who was many times older than Du Xiaofu. However, at this moment, his old eyes were filled with deep reverence for the purple-robed young man in front of him. This kid was an extremely abnormal guy. It was through his hard work that he was able to gather the power of more than 200 meditative realm powerhouses to fight against the blood ancestor. If it weren't for Du Xiaofu, forget about chasing after the blood ancestor. The millions of people from the 33 heavens would have been defeated in one blow. There was no doubt about the blood ancestor's strength. That's all we can do for now. Du Xiaofu nodded and said. In an instant, he thought of many questions, including what Lu Jingyun had said about whether the demon race in the depths of the 18th layer of hell had been alarmed. However, Du Xiaofu suppressed these thoughts in his heart. Now wasn't the time to consider them. I'll heal first and restore my strength as soon as possible. Du Xiaofu called out to everyone and gave them some instructions. Then he opened the ancient desolate space and planned to go into seclusion to heal his injuries. The hellfire space was extremely vast. If one wanted to pass through it and enter the 12th layer of hell, it would take a very long time, at the very least several years. However, Du Xiaofu's ancient desolate space had a time acceleration of nearly 100 times. He could use this time to restore his strength so that once he entered the 12th layer of hell, he could fight with all his strength. Everyone who has been injured should also enter here to recover. Du Xiaofu was the first to move, entering the desolate ancient space. The others who had been injured in the previous battle looked at each other, and without much hesitation, they followed closely behind. With the departure of a few meditative realm experts, a large number of immortal realm experts lost their protection and were threatened by the hellfire space. They had no choice but to enter the ancient, desolate space together. As most of the experts went into seclusion, the previously bustling hellfire suddenly became a little cold and cheerless. Ahead of them, Lu Jingyin, Lu Yushao, Lu Ying, Lu Cheng, Long Kei, Long Su, and the others were still chasing after the blood ancestor with all their strength. The old ghost fled extremely quickly. With everyone chasing after him, they couldn't do anything in a short period of time. They could only maintain this state for the time being. I hope that passing through the hellfire space will consume a large amount of that old bird's strength. When we enter the 12th layer of hell, we'll take him down in one fell swoop. Lu Jingyun's eyes flashed as he spoke. While the demons were either in seclusion or in pursuit, Dongli, Crimson Phoenix, and Chen Yan had already led a large number of demons out of the 16th level of hell and entered the seal between the 13th and 12th levels of hell. Dongli, Crimson Phoenix, and Chen Yan had led a large number of demons out of the 16th level of hell and entered the seal between the 13th and 12th levels of hell. These demon race experts were all ferocious individuals. Their cultivations were terrifying, and their numbers were incomparably large. There were many more of them than the millions of people who had come from the 33 heavens. And the most terrifying of them all, besides Dongli Qihuang and Qin Yan, there were also many who were in the meditative realm. But this was nothing. The real experts of the devil race were the three who looked terrifying. One of them was like a person whose skin had been peeled off. His entire body was covered in blood, causing one's scalp to tingle. It was incomparably terrifying. The second person's face was deathly pale and emitted a gloomy aura. Just looking at him would cause one's feet to turn cold and their entire body to tense up for no reason. The third person was a tall and sturdy giant with a pair of demon horns on his head. They were like two hellbirds that could slaughter the heavens. This person's body fluctuated with an unconcealable fiendish aura. Killing and ruthlessness coexisted, and it was obvious at a glance that he was a terrifying master. These three people were the three demon generals of the demon race. Their cultivations were extraordinary, and their strength shook the world. During the ancient times, they'd slaughtered the 33 heavens and made a name for themselves. They were respectively called Demon General Blood God, Demon General Mingluo, and Demon General Desolation. These three demon generals are all at the Tao Vessel realm. Even if their injuries haven't healed, their ferocious might is still there. His gaze swept past the three demon generals, and then a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Dongli Qihuang's mouth as he muttered, "Du Xiaofu, let's see how you'll survive this." Chapter 29-23. Du Xiaofu's killing intent this time. Du Xiaofu must die a graveless death. Even if it's really as the Lord said and we're unable to kill him, we absolutely can allow him to continue jumping about. By Dongli Qihuang's side, Chen Yan's gaze was icy cold as well, and he gritted his teeth fiercely as he spoke. Both of them were constantly thinking about how to annihilate Du Xiaofu and eliminate this enormous calamity. However, after so many years, no matter how their strengths improved, they were actually unable to keep up with Du Xiaofu's footsteps. No matter if it was in divine martial world all those years ago or after they entered the 33 heavens, that kid had always left them far behind. He was simply a freak. To other living beings, it was like cultivating, but to Du Xiaofu, it was simply like flying. At the same time that Dongli Qihuang and Chen Yan felt extremely helpless, they felt an extremely heavy blow as well. But it was different this time. They'd awakened their ancient memories a long time ago, and they'd even returned to the 18 levels of hell to ceaselessly recover. Their strengths had advanced by leaps and bounds a long time ago, and they were absolutely not inferior to Du Xiaofu. Not to mention, they had the three demon generals accompanying them this time. So killing Du Xiaofu was absolutely as easy as flipping their palms. However, Dongli Qihuang and Chen Yan were very clearly aware in their hearts that there would absolutely be an enormous variable if they wanted to truly annihilate Du Xiaofu. This was the fundamental reason why the Lord repeatedly instructed them not to force it. No matter how Lu Xiaofu arrives, he's unable to stop us. Let me see exactly what sort of unexpected event has occurred to Du Xiaofu this time that would affect us from killing Du Xiaofu. Dongli Qihuang's eyes were deep while his entire body emanated killing intent, and he spoke in a cold and piercing tone. The biggest factor they could think of was the lord of the 3,000 sectors, Lu Xiaoyu. Other than that, there was probably no one else in this world who could stop the attacks of the 2 demon servants, the 3 demon generals, and the many demon clan experts. Therefore, Dongli Qihuang really wanted to know what his master was thinking. To think that they would not be able to kill Du Xiaofu. We're about to reach the 12th layer of hell, but Du Xiaofu and those people from the 33 heavens still haven't appeared. I fear they've encountered a huge obstacle. Suddenly, Chen Yin glanced to the side and spoke. They started from the 16th level of hell, passed through the 15th, 14th, and 13th levels, and were about to enter the 12th level of hell. By the time they started moving, Du Xiaofu had already moved from the 10th level of hell to the 11th. However, after such a long period of time, Dongli Qihuang, Qin Yan, and the others from the devil race had passed through numerous levels of hell, yet they still hadn't seen Du Xiaofu appear. They could guess that those millions of experts from the 33 heavens had definitely encountered a huge obstacle that caused their footsteps to be obstructed. It's good that they've encountered an obstacle. Every single step they take causes the deaths of a large number of experts from our devil race. No matter what, we must make the 33 heavens pay a sufficient price this time. Dongli Qihuang's face had turned gloomy, and he spoke hatefully. Since they dared to come cause trouble in our 18 levels of hell, they're simply courting death. This is truly a case of there's a path to heaven, but he doesn't want to take it, and instead he wants to come to hell. Chen Yan spoke coldly as well, and his tone carried boundless coldness. The 18 levels of hell were their world, and it was established by the Lord Devil ancestor during the ancient times. It belonged to the devil race. However, during the ancient times, Pangu had set up a grand formation to seal this place, causing it to become a land of death. At that time, Dongli Qihuang and Chen Yan had been suppressed in all heaven along with the Lord Devil ancestor's body. After that, they'd experienced numerous reincarnations before they'd finally awakened in this life and returned to the 18 levels of hell. However, Du Xiaofu and the other members of the 33 heavens seemed to not take the 18 levels of hell seriously, and they'd actually come in large numbers and aggressively charged into this place. To the devil race, this wasn't just a challenge, it was a humiliation as well. So, no matter which aspect it was from, they had to be ferocious and teach those experts of the 33 heavens a lesson. They had to tell them that this was the devil race's territory, and they couldn't rashly set foot in it. No matter what, more than half of those millions of experts had to be left behind to be buried in the 18 levels of hell and become souls beneath the blades of the devil race. It's the 12th level of hell. I'm afraid we should be able to encounter those people here. Dongli Qihuang looked up. It was as if he'd seen through the boundless hellfire and entered the 12th level of hell. He was actually looking forward to meeting Du Xiaofu and the others and fighting them. Let's go. Let's have a good time with Du Xiaofu and the others. Qin Yan shouted. Then, without another word, he led a large number of devils and continued to move through the terrifying hellfire, heading for an even higher level of hell. Elsewhere, Lu Jingyan, Lu Yuxiao, Lu Ying, Long Ke, Long Su, and more than 23rd stage meditative realm experts of the 33 heavens were still pursuing the blood ancestor with all their might. We'll soon pass through this broken seal and enter the 12th level of hell, but that old bastard is too cunning. If this continues, we won't be able to catch him. An old man from the 33 heavens said solemnly as he watched the blood ancestor's figure rapidly fleeing downward. They'd pursued him for many years and passed through the barrier of this broken seal, but they still couldn't catch up to the blood ancestor, that old bird with mixed feathers. Even though he'd suffered such a huge injury, didn't run carelessly in the slightest. More than 20 cultivators at the 3rd level of meditative forgetfulness were unable to capture him under such circumstances. This made them feel extremely helpless. Let's just take one step at a time. If we really can't catch him, then we can only give up. Once we enter the 12th level of hell, we'll definitely be harassed by countless devils. When the time comes, we'd better fight with all our strength. Soon, another expert spoke up. No one had any good ideas about how to deal with the blood ancestor. Du Xiaofu was already heavily injured. He couldn't gather everyone's strength to stop the blood ancestor. Right now, the only thing they had to worry about was the devils in the 12th level of hell and the alarmed devil experts in the depths of hell. As for whether or not they could suppress the blood ancestor, that was up to the will of the heavens. Just as Lu Jingyun, Lu Yuxiao, Lu Cheng, Long Ke, and Long Su were talking to the experts of the 33 heavens, a wave of energy suddenly came from behind them, which attracted everyone's attention. Has Master Du recovered from his injuries? Lu Qiao, one of the siblings of the Lu family, suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise and turned her gaze to the back. The other experts did the same. In their line of sight, the figure of a purple-robed young man appeared. This purple-robed young man's aura was vigorous and powerful. As he walked through the flames of hell, he caused a huge wave of energy. Who else could this person be other than Du Xiaofu? I really can't see any injuries. The Yu Qing Divine Emperor was so heavily injured. How could he recover in such a short time? The other third-stage meditative realm experts were all stunned. They looked at Du Xiaofu with eyes full of disbelief. In the previous battle with the blood ancestor, many people of the 33 heavens had been injured, including Du Xiaofu himself. They all knew that without enough time to recuperate, it would be extremely difficult for that guy to recover to his peak. But now, after several years of traveling through the flames of hell, the kid had reappeared as lively as a dragon and as lively as a tiger. This was truly shocking. The Yu Qing Divine Emperor grasped for primordial laws at the same time. He must have used the law of space to go to another independent space to recuperate. Furthermore, with the power of the law of time, he should have had more time to recuperate. So, it's not surprising that something like this happened. One of the experts said. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Although they were surprised, it wasn't hard for them to think of this point. The law of time could affect a space, causing it to have the effect of accelerating time. It was a good place to recuperate. Unfortunately, most living beings couldn't grasp two primordial laws at the same time. They couldn't use such a method. Du Xiaofu grasped for primordial laws at the same time. Breaking through to the void path was definitely a piece of cake for him. Hence, it was natural for him to recover so quickly. It's not just the Yu Qing Divine Emperor. Everyone else is recovering quickly as well. Following this, many people realized that with Du Xiaofu's reappearance, the large group of experts that he had invited into the ancient desolate space had also reappeared. Large numbers of figures had returned to the flames of hell. What was even more shocking was that all of these people were now full of energy. Their strength had reached its peak. This scene didn't look like a tired army that had just fought against the demon race. They looked like a mighty army that was full of vigor. But of course, everyone was happy to see such an outcome. With their battle strength recovered, the battle against the demon race would naturally be much easier. Even if there were fierce clashes, there would be fewer casualties. Lu Jingyun, Lu Yuxiao, and the other members of the Lu family smiled. Of course, they knew that Du Xiaofu possessed the ancient desolate space. Such a treasure was much more precious than they had imagined. We're about to enter the 12th layer of hell. Prepare for battle. Behind them, after Du Xiaofu walked out of the desolate ancient space, he could sense that they were about to enter the 12th layer of hell with a quick glance. When they heard his words, the surrounding experts perked up. Their expressions grew solemn as they prepared for another battle against the demon race. Everyone knew that the demon race's resistance would only grow more and more terrifying. The pressure on them would also increase. Moreover, they didn't know when the demon race would reveal their true strength. That would be the most difficult moment for them. We've been in the 18th layer of hell for so long. Jiangqin has probably sensed our presence long ago. Du Xiaofu muttered as he thought to himself. Because of his relationship with Jiangqin, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. But no matter what, his old friend was now the demon ancestor. There was no longer any room for sentiment. He'd severed all ties with Jiangqin back in the first layer of hell. By now, Du Xiaofu had used the ancient desolate space and the precious medicine his master, Yu Yuqian, had given him to recover his full strength. In fact, he'd even advanced. What awaited him now was a bloody battle, one that would last until he couldn't continue. The only thing he didn't know was whether he'd run into Jiangqin again. We've arrived. Yu Qing Divine Emperor, let's go. Just as Du Xiaofu was lost in thought, an expert's voice pulled him back to reality. He opened his eyes and looked around. Sure enough, they'd arrived at the edge of the Hellfire domain. Let's go. Du Xiaofu waved his hand and took the lead. In an instant, he'd charged into the 12th layer of hell. The other experts weren't slow either. Their majestic aura shook the sky. The arrival of millions of experts was like a giant mountain being tossed into a calm lake. The 12th layer of hell began to shake. The demon race was quickly alerted. Before long, they realized that experts had invaded. Kill the demon race. Do as usual, Du Xiaofu shouted. His figure immediately charged into the demon race's crowd and began a massacre. He observed for a moment. Lu Jingyun and the other 20 or so experts were still chasing after the blood ancestor. However, the old ghost was extremely cunning. He kept charging toward where the demon race experts were gathered. When the meditated demon race experts attacked Lu Jingyun and the others, the blood ancestor took the opportunity to escape. He didn't have the slightest desire to fight. Clearly, he only wanted to escape as quickly as possible and find a safe place to recover. Old ghost, I won't let you escape again today. Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed. He stared into the distance and softly muttered to himself. He no longer killed the weaker demon race experts. Instead, his figure flashed, and in the next instant he appeared beside Lu Jingyun and the others. Everyone, help me fight again and kill this old ghost. Du Xiaofu shouted coldly to the 20 or so third-level meditated realm experts. All right, everyone agreed without hesitation. They quickly gathered around Du Xiaofu. Then, a vast 8 trigrams appeared around the purple-robed young man. It brazenly occupied the void. The 20 or so meditated realm experts were familiar with this process. They divided up the work, forming groups of 3 and occupying the 8 trigrams. They all displayed their terrifying cultivation and channeled their power into Du Xiaofu's body through the veins of the void 8 trigrams. Old ghost, leave your life behind. Du Xiaofu shouted loudly. He held the heavenly palace of purple gold in his hand. After gathering the power of many experts, he was like a god of war. His body instantly grew to 10,000 feet tall, and he stood tall and upright. The broadsword in his hand also grew in size. He brazenly slashed out, directly toward the fleeing blood ancestor. Although there were no more than 200 meditated realm experts to help him this time, there were still more than 23rd level meditated realm experts controlling the 8 trigrams. Although their power was weaker than before, it was still very terrifying. At least for the blood ancestor, he was completely unmatched. If he rashly fought back, he would definitely die. Little bastard, I will spare your life for now. But all of this will be repaid 10,000 times over. The blood ancestor did not dare to stop. He covered his head and fled like a rat. At the same time, he kept turning back and forth to avoid Du Xiaofu's domineering sword. Boom, boom, boom. Du Xiaofu's sword slashed at the air. It did not touch the blood ancestor's body. The huge sword moved the sky and brazenly landed on the ground in an unrivaled manner. There was an earth-shattering explosion, and the whole world was shaken. Creak, The ground instantly cracked open, and a boundless abyss appeared. It spanned across the land and extended for tens of thousands of miles. The scene was terrifying, and it was also in this attack that, although it did not hit the Blood Ancestor, it still affected countless surrounding demons. In an instant, they died without a trace and turned into a bloody mist. "Old ghost, don't run." Seeing that the Blood Ancestor was escaping, Du Xiaofu shouted again and chased after him. Lu Jingyun, Lu Yuxiao, Lu Ying, Long Ke, Long Su, and more than 23rd level meditated realm experts poured all their power into Du Xiaofu's body. Under the support of these experts, Du Xiaofu's speed was pushed to the extreme. It was terrifyingly fast. He passed through the boundless space and quickly approached the Blood Ancestor. "Little bastard, you really are like a ghost that won't go away." Sensing the situation behind him, the Blood Ancestor gritted his teeth and cursed. He was too heavily injured. Otherwise, how could he be so cowardly in front of these juniors? Seeing that Du Xiaofu was supported by a powerful force and was constantly closing in on him, the Blood Ancestor's face was dripping with sweat. If Du Xiaofu could only display the cultivation of the 3rd level of meditative realm, he would not be afraid at all. Although his current speed of escape was not fast, he would definitely not lose to an ordinary cultivator of the reincarnation realm. But now, Du Xiaofu's strength was definitely far beyond the 3rd level of meditative realm. That brat's physical body and primordial spirit were too abnormal. He was actually able to withstand such a heavy power and circulate it freely. It could be imagined that Du Xiaofu was only lacking in comprehension. As long as the opportunity came, the 3rd level of meditative realm would be trampled under his feet. Such an enemy made the Blood Ancestor feel incomparably solemn. If this ancestor wasn't in the 18 levels of hell and wanted to escape, how could I allow ants like you to follow me like mad dogs? The Blood Ancestor roared hatefully, his heart filled with helplessness. If he were in the 33 heavens, it would be very easy for him to escape. He could even directly cross the boundless world with a single thought. Du Xiaofu and the others would not be able to do anything to him. However, there was a seal between each of the 18 levels of hell, so he was greatly restricted and could not freely use his techniques. Now, the Blood Ancestor had no intention of fighting. He only wanted to escape. Only by shaking off the pursuit of Du Xiaofu and the others would he have any hope of surviving. "Old ghost, you're dead today. Didn't you want the origin of chaos on me? Come and take it." Du Xiaofu shouted from behind, constantly mocking the Blood Ancestor. He was determined to kill the Blood Ancestor. Today, he would definitely not let this old ghost escape so easily. Chapter 29-24. Du Xiaofu watched as the Blood Ancestor kept changing directions. He didn't attack again. Instead, he chased after him with all his might. Seeing that the distance between them was getting closer and closer, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but sneer. The 12th level of hell was so vast that it would take a long time for the old ghost to reach the entrance to the 13th level of hell. That amount of time was enough for him to catch him 100 times. When he thought of this, Du Xiaofu felt a chill in his heart. He was determined not to let the Blood Ancestor have an easy time. That old bastard had repeatedly made a move with the intention of seizing the quintessence of chaos from him, and he coveted it extremely ferociously. If it wasn't for an unexpected event, then he would have absolutely succeeded a long time ago. Since he was an enemy, Du Xiaofu had no reason to let him go. "Kill!" He shouted again. His murderous intent surged as he charged at the Blood Ancestor. The power of the 4 primordial laws enveloped him. Du Xiaofu pushed his space laws to the extreme. His speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. In an instant, he had traversed millions of miles. Under such circumstances, the distance between him and the Blood Ancestor was getting closer and closer. "Little bastard, fight me one-on-one if you have the guts." The Blood Ancestor couldn't help but shout when he sensed this situation. His heart was filled with boundless shock, but he couldn't turn around and fight Du Xiaofu. He had only said these words to vent the anger in his heart. He didn't expect Du Xiaofu to fight him one-on-one. Moreover, even if Du Xiaofu was willing, he might not be able to defeat him. The blood ancestor, whose name had once shaken the 33 heavens and made even the ancient era tremble, had fallen to such a state? This made the blood ancestor extremely angry, but there was nothing he could do. If he had known that he would be in such a predicament, he wouldn't have tried to steal Du Xiaofu's primal chaos origin on the 11th level of hell. The blood ancestor wanted to slap himself in the face. He had only himself to blame for all of this. Bastard old bird, prepare to die. Origin murdering sky, sword kill. Just as the blood ancestor was feeling resentful, Du Xiaofu had already closed in on him. A loud roar that shook the 9 heavens came from his throat. Then, the 4 primordial laws began to rotate, intertwine, become more and more condensed. Whoosh, a terrifying sword aura took shape. It was like a divine sword that could split the heavens. Then, it slashed down at the blood ancestor. This sword light was extremely terrifying. It condensed the origin energy of the 4 primordial laws, and it even had the origin energy of the great Tao circulating within it. It was as if it had the might to split the heavens and earth apart. As the sword, the earth and the earth, the heavens, the earth and the earth, the heavens and the earth, and rumble. As the light sword slashed down, the winds and clouds in the sky were stirred up. It was as if heaven and earth had been turned upside down. The entire world shook. This scene looked like a heavenly pillar toppling, causing one's heart to sway. In the blink of an eye, the fleeing blood ancestor was drenched in cold sweat. His legs also felt weak. This was a feeling he had not experienced in countless years. Du Xiaofu's sword chi like this, the blood ancestor felt as if he had been locked down by a powerful force. It was difficult for him to even turn around and escape. At this moment, he experienced a taste of despair, and he felt powerless. Du Xiaofu's attack was like a divine punishment from the heavens. There was nowhere to hide. Die, old ghost! Du Xiaofu roared. His brows furrowed, and he revealed a ferocious expression. He gathered all of his strength and controlled the origin murdering sky, sword chi like this. Du Xiaofu was confident that if this attack hit the blood ancestor, who was locked down by a powerful force, it would definitely be able to severely injure him even if he didn't die. When that time came, it would be a piece of cake for him to trample on him. TSK, 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 the sword chi burned fiercely, as if it was going to split open the sky. It broke through all obstacles and went straight for the blood ancestor's head. Du Xiaofu, Lu Jingyan, Lu Yuxiao, Lu Ying, Long Ke, Long Su, and the others all focused on this attack at the same time. In the distance, many powerhouses of the 33 heavens who were fighting countless devils also sensed the scene, and all of them focused their attention on the battle situation here. It was as if they could already see the final result. The blood ancestor would be cut in half by this sword. Even if he didn't die, he would lose half of his life. Die! Du Xiaofu roared. The sword chi's speed increased a bit, and it was about to cut into the blood ancestor's head. However, at this moment, a terrifying demonic aura flew over from the distance and instantly passed by the blood ancestor's side. Then, one could see a blood-red axe the size of a mountain fly through the air, directly blocking Du Xiaofu's sword chi between the blood ancestor and the blood ancestor. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, the entire world trembled violently. Du Xiaofu's origin sky, slaying sword, and the axe fiercely collided. The moment before the two collided, Du Xiaofu had already discovered this sudden change. He wanted to stop, but the arrow was already on the bow and had to be released. Under the violent collision, a monstrous earthquake occurred, accompanied by an unparalleled storm of energy that swept in all directions and shook the 9 heavens. Du Xiaofu was directly shaken and sent tumbling extremely far away. The blood in his body roiled, and his entire face turned pale. He found it difficult to calm down. It was obvious that a powerhouse had rushed over and saved the blood ancestor. The cultivation of the person who had come was extremely terrifying. They didn't directly fight Du Xiaofu. Just by intercepting him, the terrifying shock produced caused Du Xiaofu to be injured again. "Uncle Master Du, are you okay?" Seeing Du Xiaofu retreat, Lu Jingyan and the others instantly withdrew all of their power. Their power was a burden to Du Xiaofu, and now that he was injured, they could only withdraw all of their power to ease Du Xiaofu's burden. "I'm fine," Du Xiaofu replied, but his eyes were still looking in the direction of the blood ancestor. At this time, the area had been completely flattened by the storm, and everything had been reduced to nothingness. Even the ground had been forcefully scraped thousands of feet deep. In midair, the storm slowly dissipated, and Du Xiaofu could see the existence of two figures. One of them was the blood ancestor. His aura was even more withered, and it was obvious that the collision just now had caused him a lot of shock. The other person was a burly giant with two demonic horns on his head, like two halberds, rising into the sky. This person's body fluctuated with an unconcealable fiendish aura. Killing and ruthlessness coexisted, and it was obvious at a glance that he was a terrifying master. In his hand, he held a blood-red giant axe, which was surrounded by endless demonic energy. It was incomparably terrifying. "This person is..." Du Xiaofu was surprised. He had never seen such a powerhouse before. It was obvious that this was one of the demons who had been suppressed in the 18 layers of hell. And from the little bit of strength he had just displayed, it could be inferred that this person's cultivation was absolutely terrifying. He was most likely in the carrier realm. When he thought of this, Du Xiaofu's heart couldn't help but sink. This person might be one of the demon generals of the demon race. Judging from his appearance, he should be called the Desolate Demon General. Lu Jingyan walked out with an incomparably solemn expression and came to Du Xiaofu's side. He had learned a lot about the demon race and knew a lot about them. Naturally, he also knew about the demon generals of the demon race. A devil general with a Dao bearer cultivation base. This is going to be troublesome. Du Xiaofu's face became gloomy again as he frowned and muttered to himself. They had come to the 12th layer of hell. Except for the encounter with the blood ancestor in the 11th layer of hell, their journey had been quite easy. They hadn't encountered any strong resistance from the demon race. But now, a demon general had appeared in front of them and saved the blood ancestor. This caused Du Xiaofu's heart to sink. The millions of people of the 33 heavens had pushed forward all the way. Were they going to stop here? Facing a demon general in the carrier realm, they would suffer heavy losses. The only thing they could really count on now was senior brother Lu Xiaoyu's arrangements. "We can't fight anymore. Everyone gather and prepare to evacuate." Du Xiaofu thought for a moment and immediately said so. The group of experts beside him nodded when they heard this. Soon after, they passed down the order to the other millions of experts. Now that there was a carrier realm powerhouse in front of them, it was destined that it would be difficult to continue advancing unless strong reinforcements arrived. After Du Xiaofu's order was passed down, the millions of powerhouses of the 33 heavens quickly put down what they were doing and quickly surrounded the place where they were, no longer entangling with the demon race. "I hope senior brother has made some arrangements for this situation." Du Xiaofu thought in his heart and pinned all his hopes on senior brother Lu Xiaoyu. If it really didn't work, then he could only use the ancient desolate space to take the powerhouses and find a way to leave the 18 layers of hell. Before entering this place, senior brother Lu Xiaoyu had told him to preserve their strength. After all, now was not the time to fight the demon race. However, Du Xiaofu wasn't confident that he could escape from a carrier realm powerhouse. Today was bound to usher in a difficult battle. Previously, it was the blood ancestor who was being chased and killed, but now it was likely that they would be next. Jia, 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 jia. Suddenly, just as Du Xiaofu was thinking in his heart, a burst of sinister laughter broke through the air and clearly entered Du Xiaofu's ears. Hearing this laughter, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Dongli Qihuang is also here. This voice was incomparably familiar. It was none other than Dongli Qihuang, whom he had interacted with for many years. Since he was here, Chen Yan would definitely appear as well. Just as Du Xiaofu expected, the void in the distance trembled as Du Xiaofu watched. Then he saw boundless demon qi surging like a monstrous wave, pushing aside all obstacles and quickly arriving nearby, landing beside the blood ancestor and desolate demon general. Dongli Qihuang and Chen Yan's figures suddenly appeared. Behind them was a dense mass of demon race figures. There were actually millions of them, and their momentum was even stronger than the people of the 33 heavens. This was the army of the demon race. Their momentum was like a rainbow, and they were incomparably terrifying. Just by standing there, this mass of figures gave off an extremely oppressive feeling, causing the powerhouses of the 33 heavens to palpitate. The demon race has arrived en masse. They really did learn of our movements. This is bad. It's impossible to continue advancing at full speed. Not only can we not go deeper into the 18 layers of hell, but it'll also be difficult to retreat. This is only the 12th layer of hell. I don't even know which layer the demon ancestor has reached. I'm afraid our operation this time won't be successful. The demon race is too alert. At this time, the millions of powerhouses of the 33 heavens quickly realized the seriousness of the matter. It wasn't difficult for them to imagine how things would progress next, and their hearts were incomparably heavy. After entering the 18 layers of hell for so long, this was the most difficult time they had encountered. Everyone knew very well that if they didn't find a way to leave, many of their lives would be lost in this space. It's not just desolate demon general, but blood god demon general and Ming Luo demon general have also come. Lu Jingyan, who was standing beside Du Xiaofu, had an ugly look on his face. He saw that there were two powerhouses near Dongli Qihuang and Chen Yan. One of them was like a living person who had been skinned alive. His whole body was dripping with blood and crimson red. It was indescribably terrifying. The other person had a deathly look on his face. His face was as pale as paper and exuded a gloomy aura. With a glance, it made people feel a chill from the soles of their feet and their whole body tense. However, although the appearance of these two people was not very good, the aura on their bodies was very deep and restrained. Even with Lu Jingyun's cultivation, he couldn't see through it. Judging from their appearance, they were the other two demon generals of the demon race. They were Blood God Demon General and Ming Luo Demon General. Blood God Demon General, Ming Luo Demon General, Desolate Demon General. 3 great demon generals have arrived. Things are getting more and more troublesome. Du Xiaofu's face was gloomy as he looked at the group of demon race people opposite him. His heart was heavy to the extreme. Just one demon general brought unimaginable pressure to them. But now there were actually 3 great demon generals. Du Xiaofu felt like he was about to have difficulty breathing. These were 3 Tao-carrying realm powerhouses. They had been suppressed in the 18 layers of hell for countless years, but their ferocious power was probably not much worse than it was in the past. Coupled with Dongli Qihuang, Chen Yan, and the millions of demon race army behind them, it was likely that these people of the 33 heavens would have to give up their lives here today. Jia. Du Xiaofu, you actually dared to enter the 18 layers of hell. You are simply courting death. Dongli Qihuang looked at Du Xiaofu, stepped forward, and coldly looked at Du Xiaofu. His handsome face was covered with demon qi, and with a cold smile, it was as if he was staring at a dead man. Du Xiaofu, you really don't want to take the road to heaven, but instead choose to throw yourself into hell. This time, I want to see what kind of good luck you have to escape with your life. My demon races, 3 great demon generals, and millions of troops are here. We will definitely turn you audacious people into ashes. None of you will be able to walk out of the 18 layers of hell. Chen Yan's face was full of hatred as he looked at Du Xiaofu and said. He was extremely confident when he saw the many powerhouses of the 33 heavens. He also had some plans in his heart. There was a clear disparity in the strength of the two sides. The demon race had a huge advantage, and their biggest reliance was the 3 great demon generals by his side. This gap was really too big. As long as there were no unforeseen events, it was absolutely not difficult to kill everyone in the 33 heavens here. Kikik, little bastard, weren't you chasing me quite fiercely? Come again. Let's see how you kill this ancestor. As long as this ancestor doesn't die, the treasures on your side will eventually fall into my hands. At this time, the blood ancestor also recovered. After being saved by the desolate demon general, he was no longer threatened by Du Xiaofu. Instead, he looked at him with hatred. With the protection of the demon race, why would the blood ancestor need to fear Du Xiaofu and the others? You old bird, you can only hide in the demon race's crotch. I really don't know if the rumors passed down from ancient times are true or false. A useless person like you actually made a name for yourself. Du Xiaofu glanced at the blood ancestor and didn't seem to be moved at all. The blood ancestor, was stifled by Du Xiaofu's words and almost wanted to stomp his feet. These words were too sinister, causing the blood ancestor's malevolent face to twist even more. His nostrils contracted as if he were about to go berserk. If it weren't for the fact that he wasn't necessarily a match for Du Xiaofu, he really would have rushed forward and torn his mouth open. However, looking at the furious blood ancestor, Du Xiaofu didn't have any intention of paying attention to him. At this time, the matter in front of him was the most urgent. He simply couldn't care less about the blood ancestor. Dongli Qihuang, Chen Yan, you two have always been defeated by me. But every time you appear, you clamor in front of me. How much foundation do you have? Don't you have any idea? Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows, a mocking expression on his face as he looked at Dongli Qihuang and Chen Yan. He wasn't trying to anger these two, but was secretly communicating with the powerhouses of the 33 heavens to discuss countermeasures. At the same time, he planned to bring everyone into the ancient, desolate space and then find a way to escape. Jijage! Du Xiaofu, you don't need to provoke us. As long as we can kill you, it doesn't matter what method we use. This time, you absolutely have no path to heaven and no door to hell. Chen Yan coldly smiled as he looked at Du Xiaofu. He really wasn't angry in the slightest. This time, the demon race had so many powerhouses that they could definitely crush the millions of people in the 33 heavens. No one would be able to save Du Xiaofu. Humph, Du Xiaofu, don't be so arrogant. With your strength, I'm afraid you are no longer a match for the two of us. Since you think you are strong, we will give you a chance to fight. I'm afraid that when the time comes, your fate will be very miserable. Dongli Qihuang coldly snorted as he spoke with confidence. His strength had greatly increased, his memories had completely awakened, and his ancient strength was gradually recovering. He was already very powerful and no longer feared Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu, stop dawdling and attack. Today, none of you will be able to leave this floor alive. All of you will die here. Chapter 29-25. Du Xiaofu, stop wasting time and attack. None of you will be able to leave this floor alive today. All of you will die here. Dongli Qihuang glared at Du Xiaofu, and his eyes were filled with hatred. He shouted explosively, and then his figure instantly soared into the sky and pounced towards Du Xiaofu. The devil race had a huge advantage, and they were far stronger than the forces of the 33 heavens. So there was no need for words at all, and they could just start the battle. There was no time to lose because an unforeseen event would occur if they delayed. First, eliminate all the meditators in the 33 heavens, and then assist the army in the battle. Leave Du Xiaofu to the two of us. Let's see what he can do. This time, I'll make sure these millions of people don't leave. Once they die, the 33 heavens will lose more than half of their forces. How will they fight my devil race then? Chun Yan's gaze was piercingly cold as he spoke to the blood god devil, Ming Luo devil, and desolation devil by his side. After that, he charged out as well, and he charged towards Du Xiaofu with Dongli Qihuang. Dongli Qihuang and Chun Yan attacked with all their strength. They'd been in the 18 levels of hell for many years, and they'd recovered quite a bit of their strength since a long time ago. Their strength was almost equivalent to the 3rd level of Meditator realm, so they couldn't be said to be weak. So, both of them felt that no matter how strong Du Xiaofu was now, it was impossible for him to reach their level of strength. However, for safety's sake, both of them decided to join forces. No matter what, they had to deal with Du Xiaofu first. Kill. Eliminate the invaders of the 33 heavens and make them pay the price. Kill them all and strengthen the might of our devil race. Kill. Along with Dongli Qihuang and Chun Yan's actions, all the other devils moved at the same time. A large expanse of black shadows pressed down upon space and covered the heavens and the earth as they charged towards the millions of people in the 33 heavens. All of a sudden, the entire 12th layer of hell began to tremble. Boundless demonic energy intertwined together, forming a large black cloud that swept across the heavens and earth. This scene was truly terrifying. Amidst the majestic momentum, a murderous and cruel aura filled the air. It was even more terrifying than when the powerhouses of the 33 heavens had first entered. All the other demons in this space felt their blood boiling. They shot out and charged towards Du Xiaofu and the others. Kakik, with my demon army here, these creatures of the 33 heavens will die without a burial ground. How dare you act so presumptuously in my 18 levels of hell? You're too arrogant. Kill them all. Let the blood of these creatures flow through the 18 layers of hell. The experts of the demon clan who were originally in the 12th layer of hell also stirred up a storm, their momentum ferocious. At the same time, many people rushed out with unconcealable ferocious smiles on their faces. For these people, there was no time that they felt more satisfied than at this moment. Previously, they were in a situation where they were at the mercy of others. Who would have thought that in such a short period of time, the situation would be reversed so quickly? The original hunters had become the prey. For these demons, this was the most exciting thing. We're surrounded. Beside Du Xiaofu, an expert said with a serious face. Looking at the actions of the demons in all directions, the others felt as if they were carrying a mountain on their backs. They were not afraid of a battle. However, when the strength of the enemy was far greater than the millions of people of the 33 heavens, fighting force with force would only cause unnecessary sacrifices. It would not be of any use. Even if they were to die, they could not die here in vain. Yuqing Divine Emperor, do we fight or leave? Another expert stepped forward and asked anxiously. In the 18 layers of hell, everything was according to Du Xiaofu's words. Now there was no better choice. They had suddenly fallen into a tight encirclement. It seemed that they could only face a battle with the 3 great demon generals present. Even if they wanted to escape, it would be difficult to do so. Now they could only wait and see if Du Xiaofu had any way to lead them away. In short, it was not realistic to fight unless they were forced into a desperate situation. Those in the meditative realm, stay behind and join forces to break through the defensive line. Everyone else, enter the desolate ancient space and withdraw from the 18 layers of hell. While everyone was anxious, Du Xiaofu had already made a decision. He quickly shouted these words and then opened the desolate ancient space. A huge entrance appeared in the void, allowing the experts of the 33 heavens to enter. Hurry! Lu Jingyin shouted loudly as well, and he gathered together with all the meditative realm experts to protect Du Xiaofu and obstruct the attacks of Chen Yan and the Eastern Flame, Crimson Phoenix. How could the people of the 33 heavens dare delay? They all entered in an instant, wave after wave of people entering the desolate ancient space. Kakik, Du Xiaofu, are you thinking of running away? Running away without fighting isn't your style. Right at this moment, Dongli Qihuang's attack had arrived. A devil's sword had appeared in his hand, and it emanated a solemn and murderous glow as it attacked ferociously towards Lu Jingyun and the others. This attack was extremely terrifying. It seemed as if it had come from the depths of the netherworld, and it was capable of punishing the heavens and destroying the earth. It seemed as if it intended to make the sun and moon sink while the mountains and rivers were obliterated. However, Lu Jingyun and the others were prepared. The auras of over 100 meditative realm experts were intertwined together to form a solid barrier of light that emanated dazzling light. When Dongli Qihuang's attack struck the barrier of light, an enormous rumble resounded, but it was unable to shake it at all. It's useless to hide within it. All of you will definitely be unable to escape death today. Chun Yen shouted coldly as well. His figure grew explosively as he moved forward, and he was no less than 30 kilometers tall. After his figure enlarged, Chun Yan's appearance underwent a tremendous change as well. He became hideous, ferocious, and had ghastly fangs. However, the aura he emanated expanded swiftly along with these changes, and it was boundlessly powerful and terrifying. His palm soared through the sky and suddenly slapped down towards Du Xiaofu and the others. At this moment, Lu Jingyun and the others only wanted to defend themselves, and they didn't attack at all and allowed Chun Yan's palm strike to strike them. Rumble! A monstrous and enormous bang resounded while the sky shattered into pieces and the world shook. Humph! These two fellows want to break through our defenses? They're simply overestimating their ability. A powerhouse of the 33 heavens sneered and muttered to himself. Chun Yan's attack wasn't able to cause much of an impact to them. Under the joint forces of over 100 experts, their defensive barrier of light merely shook slightly and wasn't really shaken at all. You can't change your fate even if you can hide for a while. Why make such useless efforts? Dongli Qihuang and Chun Yen grunted coldly, and their gazes grew even colder as they watched their attacks fail to accomplish anything. They're just a bunch of useless trash. Let this general deal with them. Right at this moment, the three devil generals strode through the sky step by step and seemed to be extremely leisurely. The desolation fiend demon general uttered in a muffled voice. After that, the blood-red axe in his hand suddenly rose into the sky and emanated a scarlet-red light that dyed everything in the surroundings red. Every single corner of the 12th level of hell was enveloped by this blood-red light. Even the ground was seeping with blood-red liquid, and it was a horrifying sight. You can't resist the attack of a Tao enlightened expert. Retreat. Meanwhile, the few million experts of the 33 heavens had all entered Du Xiaofu's desolate dimension. He immediately shouted and retreated with Lu Jingyun, Lu Yuxiao, Lu Ying, Lu Qing, Long Ke, Long Su, and over 100 experts of the 33 heavens. They intended to flee. As they moved forward, Du Xiaofu didn't hesitate and directly released the Void 8 trigrams technique. Lu Jingyun and the others didn't need to be reminded. They each went to the 8 directions of the 8 trigrams diagram and formed a new formation with Du Xiaofu. They were already familiar with this method and completed it in an instant. Powerful energy poured into Du Xiaofu's body. Let's go! Du Xiaofu stomped his feet and shattered the void, causing 2 huge chaotic black holes to appear. His figure shot out 1,000,000 miles in the blink of an eye. He used all his strength and didn't dare to stay in the slightest under the attack of a devil general. The immortal realm experts had all gone into hiding. As long as he and the others could successfully retreat, the 33 heavens' combat strength would still be preserved. However, there was no doubt that this process was extremely difficult. Du Xiaofu had almost no confidence that he could escape unscathed from the three devil generals. Sure enough, just as Du Xiaofu was retreating, the desolate fiend devil general let out a cold snort. It was like a heavy hammer that struck Du Xiaofu's heart, causing him to feel incomparably annoyed. Want to escape? Do you think you can escape? As soon as the desolate fiend devil general's voice fell, the blood fiend axe chopped down at the same time, brazenly striking the void. Rumble! This attack was overbearing, as if it was breaking open the great world. It was incomparably terrifying. On the other hand, Du Xiaofu and the others who were fleeing with all their might felt a terrifying binding force descend upon them, and it tightly restrained their footsteps. Their speed plummeted, and it was as if they had fallen into a quagmire, making it difficult for them to struggle. Chi-la! Following that, the giant axe fell and directly chopped down on Du Xiaofu's 8 trigrams diagram. The awe-inspiring void 8 trigrams disintegrated in an instant. All of its energy was destroyed. Uffed! Du Xiaofu was the first to bear the brunt of it. He directly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly dimmed. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Lu Jingyan and more than 100 meditative forgetfulness experts were also in a very bad situation. They were all injured one after another. Everyone was like withered leaves in a storm, swept high into the sky and wantonly trampled on and destroyed. Fortunately, the desolate fiend devil general seemed to look down on them. He only treated Du Xiaofu and the others as ants and did not use his full strength. Otherwise, the attack just now would have taken the lives of half of the people here. I've been trapped in the 18 levels of hell for countless years. I seem to have forgotten the taste of slaughter. Today I'll savor here. It'll be of great benefit to my injuries. The desolate fiend devil general's eyes bloomed as he spoke softly. As he spoke, he suddenly stretched out a hand and gently grabbed at the void. Chi, 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 the sound of cloth tearing could be heard. Then, Du Xiaofu and the others saw a terrifying scene. The desolate ancient space, the heavily injured Du Xiaofu had long lost the strength to struggle and crashed heavily to the ground. At this time, the desolate fiend devil general attacked again. He saw his desolate ancient space being torn apart like a cloth bag. Among them, millions of immortal experts were all shocked. For a moment, they did not understand what was going on. Within the torn ancient space, large amounts of space laws and time laws runes surged out, exploding like dazzling fireworks and burning away in the void. The Tao Carrier realm is too strong. The desolate ancient space, refined by Grandmaster, can't hide it all in front of him. It's even easier to break it. This time it's really troublesome. Lu Jingyan's expression had changed long ago. He was incomparably furious. At the same time, he was filled with endless helplessness in his heart. Du Xiaofu's desolate ancient space was created by his Grandmaster, the most holy great emperor. It was a rare treasure, but in the eyes of a Tao Carrier realm expert, such a treasure was no different from a child's toy. With a casual strike of his hand, he easily broke through it. The desolate ancient space was clearly an invisible existence, but in the hands of the desolate fiend devil general, it was like a real substance. After tearing it apart, he grabbed a corner and shook it lightly like holding a rag bag. Huff, huff, huff. Within the ancient desolate space, the millions of powerhouses of the 33 heavens suddenly felt the world spin around them. Then, all of them fell out like beans from a broken hole in space. Those figures were completely unable to control themselves and slid down from the sky, falling to the ground. Kakik, you can hide now, but you can't hide forever. Everyone in the 33 heavens will die today. Seeing the desolate fiend devil general attack, Dongli Chihuang and Chan Yen couldn't help but sneer. Today, let's start a massacre here. Children of the devil race, fight with me. Let the blood of the 33 heavens flow through every inch of the 18 layers of hell. In addition to the desolate fiend devil general, the Blood God Devil General, and Ming Luo Devil General also moved quickly. They led many devil race powerhouses and quickly charged in the direction of Du Xiaofu and the others. We can't escape. In the distance, Du Xiaofu was heavily injured. His entire body was practically on the ground. After a long struggle, he crawled up. Light flashed in his hand, and the purple-gold heavenly tower appeared. He used it as a crutch. The desolate fiend Devil General's attack just now caused his blood to roil endlessly. The energy in his body was in chaos, about to explode. In addition, the desolate ancient space was broken open, imperceptibly implicating him, adding injuries on top of injuries. Now, seeing the devil race army charging over again, Du Xiaofu frowned. For a time, he didn't know what to do. Yu Qing Divine Emperor, let's fight. If we can't escape, then let's really fight the devil race. Even if we die, we have to drag a few down with us. Many powerhouses of the 33 heavens spoke out one by one. Everyone's fighting spirit was boiling. Everyone's eyes fell on Du Xiaofu, wanting to fight. Listening to the words of those around him, Du Xiaofu felt even more powerless. The disparity in strength between the two sides caused them to lose the qualifications to truly fight the devil race. Even if they sacrificed everyone's lives, they would still be trampled on by the other side. Not a single one of them would be able to escape from the 18 levels of hell, but the result was more or less the same. Before entering the 18 levels of hell, Senior Apprentice Brother Lu Xiaoyu had instructed them to prioritize their own lives, because these several million people were already the majority of the 33 heavens fighting strength. If they all died here, then when they faced the devil race's attack in the future, the situation would be one-sided. No one wanted to see such a result. However, what made Du Xiaofu feel the most powerless was that they really had no way to escape. In such a situation, besides fighting, there seemed to be no other path to take. If that's the case, then let's fight to our heart's content. No matter how strong the devil race is, we won't let them have an easy time. Gradually, a determined look appeared in Du Xiaofu's eyes, and he no longer hesitated. He straightened his body with difficulty, grabbed a large amount of precious medicine from his Qingkuan bag, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed. Dongli Qihuang, Qinyan, come and fight. After swallowing all the precious medicine in one gulp, Du Xiaofu suddenly roared, and his voice reverberated through the 9 heavens. He raised the purple-gold heavenly tower, pointed it at Dongli Qihuang and Qinyan, and quickly fought with them. Kill! The powerhouses of the 33 heavens immediately moved, and one figure after another shot out, rushing towards the devil race's formation. At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with an expression as if they were facing death calmly. The two sides collided in just a moment, and a fierce battle unfolded. Lu Jingyan, Lu Yuxiao, Lu Ying, Lu Cheng, Long Ke, Long Su, and the rest of the 33 heaven-seated forgetfulness experts also rushed out at the same time to meet the 3 demon generals, who were charging straight at them. Everyone's auras intertwined together. They didn't hope to defeat the 3 devil generals, but they could at least hold on for a while. Kill! Earth-shaking roars spread in the space, and the world shook, the universe turned upside down, and the void was annihilated. The millions of people of the 33 heavens and the millions of devil race people collided with each other. This was the condensation of most of the power of Panga World and the 18 layers of hell, and its killing power shook the world, and it really had the power to destroy the world. As for the powerhouses of the 33 heavens, everyone used all their strength to fight the devil race. They staked everything and only wanted to kill a few more devil race people, so that they wouldn't die here in vain. Everyone's blood was aroused, and they fought with all their might. Everyone was full of heroism, and all the strength in their body surged out, and they fought with anger. GGG. Kill. Once these people die, attacking the 33 heavens will be as easy as taking something out of a pocket. Dongli Qihuang, Qinyan, and the others laughed, and they were incomparably happy. They were very clear in their hearts that the biggest advantage on their side was that they had 3 more devil generals. With such a gap, it would be absolutely easy to take down these powerhouses of the 33 heavens. And after all these people who had entered the 18 layers of hell were all killed, the resistance they would encounter when attacking the 33 heavens would be reduced by more than half. This was a great thing for the devil race,